Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. The fox through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep. And Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's brush strokes like magic in the air. The press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
It's our special place.
Perfect.
Yes, exactly. We are down a few as usual now. I guess that's just how we are. Yeah,
Thinkers are operating at reduced strength and effectiveness.
yeah, reduced capacity. It's fine. It's fine.
Under
Austerity
strength,
measures.
division.
We shall prevail. We will make it an even better show without you, BMO.
Oh no.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. How's everybody doing? Are you all good? I'm going to be here the whole stream.
You
So
say that
sorry
now.
for you. Yeah, I said that now because I do have a headache, but we're good. We're good. Yeah. So today's topic, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, well, hello Taylor, welcome. Glad you are awake to join the stream, and better show with blackjack and hookers. Okay, well, we just got here. I've got iced tea. That's about as spicy as it's. No. So yes, today's think, everybody, is about what is it about? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
Review tube.
Existential
Yes.
crisis.
True.
We have discussed this before a little bit on the show. We touched on this, but now we've decided. Listen, we keep touching on this subject, that we need to have an extended think about it. We have to think about what ReviewTube is and whether we're going to cancel it. We will decide whether review us here. We will decide single-handedly. This is one big hand. Anyway, we will decide whether ReviewTube will go on by the end of this this stream. Okay, everyone in agreement?
Sure. We will render
You're here.
judgment at the end.
Judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah. So, right. So, look, I've tried to diagram a little bit just of the structure of the discussion. We will add to it as we go along. There was already a lot of pre-show discussion that we got onto. We've got some very good questions that Dorcas has supplied us with. But let's just initially start with what is it? Because I don't know, everything is a something tube now. That I decided that that's how the internet works. Because there is booktube, there is gun tube. Everything. If there is a subsection of the internet, you put that subject and tube next to it. It means you're a YouTuber of that variety, right?
Yeah,
So
you porn missed the bus. They could have been ScrewTube.
Screw
Oh,
tube. Yeah.
man. They did lose out on that. Kind of along those lines, are we ThinkTube now or something?
Exactly. That's what I was actually about to say. That I was about to say, does this make us diagram tube or think tube? I think we are think tube. Just a whole bunch of people sitting around thinking about certain topics is think tube. So whenever you come across a panel show, go into the comments and say, wow, think tube is wild, and like do something like that. Try and get involved with the kids lingo. I don't know, Hydra, what do the kids say?
I have no idea. Over here, we have totally different slangs. So what do the kids say? I mean, I could say something in Eastern European languages that you will understand.
Yeah.
For
Well, yes.
anyone curious, a quick Google search shows that there are about 14 different types of screws for screw tube. They're wood screws, they're machine screws, they're sheet metal screws.
Oh my god! So Charles is like trying to make a funny, like, make a funny there and be like, haha, lol, porn, screw tube, and whatever. It's like, no, actually, it's literally there's a whole bunch of people that make videos about screws. So there is well, what else would there be? There's like
Also fasteners.
fastener tube.
Physical media collectors, it's Bluetooth,
Bluetooth.
as in Blu-ray.
Blu-ray. ThinkTube is no, it's not. Oh yeah, I guess Taylor's like she's getting us into the kid mindset because I'm like,
Why would you say the accursed thing, the unspeakable? That's no, just no. I'm gonna go with a good old-fashioned no on that one.
My
Kids,
head.
they might like it.
The kids, no, God, no. So yeah, what is ReviewTube, everybody? So we've spoken about ScrewTube. Thank you very much for enlightening us about that. And wait, hold on. Just if we're gonna apply this, we're going back to wild words. If we're gonna apply this terminology of something tube, what is skibbity toilet? What tube
No.
is that?
Hell.
Hell
Please, please, do not do this, Kitty. Please.
I'm just asking.
We cannot diagram skibbity.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to diagram it. I'm just saying, like, what would it be? What
Don't
would
you
it
dare.
be?
Fine.
And a manosphere tube. So a tube. Yeah, manosphere is a tube. It is also a tube. Red.
Tube.
No, never mind. Red pill tube.
Red.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. No, but what did you just give us a skibbity tube?
Skibbity tube?
Dorcas, what did you call it?
What? I didn't?
Oh, I thought you gave us.
I just said, oh, law tube's the thing.
Oh, law tube. There you go. There's one. Okay. Yeah. Law tube. Anyway, I don't know. Toilet tube. So what is it I'm going to be diagramming?
It's all about the bidets over in toilet tube.
Oh.
So what is ReviewTube? Who actually? I'll first of all, PooTube.
Sorry.
First of all, I'll actually put here. Who do you consider to be ReviewTube channels? Like, let's have some channel lists. Not all at once. Mamma mia.
Well,
Sorry, dog issue.
Well,
Same
what are the
thing.
popular review channels out there? I mean, EFAP is so popular it became a verb, or
Mhm.
didn't it?
Yeah.
To
is.
EFAP.
To EFAP things, yes.
Nerdrotic drinker, says Lucifer.
So do you consider EFAP a review thing though? Like what they're doing is a lot different. Like it's a lot longer form. Like I would consider more of like the reviews like the Jeremy Johns or like ones who actually are like, okay, here's my like 5-minute review of the thing. I think Drinker falls into that category for sure. But am I wrong? Do you guys view that as the same thing?
With your characterization that review, that something can be longer form than a review. That's what EFAP does, is a longer form than a review. No.
So I think it's a subset of ReviewTube. Then you mean, hey, Hardbreak, because you were talking. Yeah.
You are disemboweling things. Like it's very, very, very in depth.
Okay.
You are going crazy with the details. That's type of reviewing. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say should we separate them into different levels of detail, or long man and short man?
There's also Film Threat, and would you say Red Letter Media do reviews? I don't watch them, but
Let's just say I'm gonna do this pure review. Or did they just go, I don't know, mini review or short, long? Okay. Short, I would say it's YMS. Is YMS? Yeah, I haven't watched a YMS one in a long time, but they used to be long. It used to be a. Am I getting yelled at? Just hold on. Yeah.
Ah,
Guys, I have to
Trouble.
go and say happy birthday to some people.
Oh.
So Dorcas, I will take my diagram off because I won't be able to do it, but can you continue here?
Chain of command, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Third in
Okay.
line.
Okay.
Go.
Get out of here.
So it sounds like we've got folks in a somewhat specific ideological camp, which is a discussion that I think we're going to be getting into. But for the sake of ideological diversity, are there any folks on the left, or that would be to the ideal cultural left of Nerdrotic and Mahler and Critical Drinker that we can add to this list that we're forming?
So we already have YMS on there. I don't think he would identify as a right wing at all. I think almost most of the reviewers who kind of come from the Hollywood world, they don't tend to be right. Kind of, the arts things. So I'm thinking like most of the mainstream ones. Like we have Chris Stuckman up there. Like I don't think that dude identifies as right. But they don't put a lot of like politics into their reviews. It's generally just like a review based on their opinion of the movie. And for going Stuckman, now it's all positive. So I don't know if he counts as ReviewTube anymore either, since compromised, if you will. So yeah, definitely see H Bomber guy, but his would be more akin to, I was going to say like the EFAP type deal. Yeah, I would say like Grace Randolph. For sure. That's an awesome one. Taylor, as much as we hate to put that up there, he definitely does seem to have more of a left-friendly perspective.
Okay, so can we quickly define? What am I saying? Can we define the different? Can we divine? Well, yes, that is.
Yeah,
also,
let's perform as an animal sacrifice to divine. Observe the flying of the birds, or cut open some cow entrails to divine some information.
The difference between review and critique.
Fair enough. I think there is quite a bit of a difference. To me, review is like much shorter. It would be a snappier thing. Like you don't necessarily have to recap everything that happened in the movie, where it does feel like those critiques, they almost recap the movie beat for beat and then give their critique of why it's wrong. I don't know. Do you think there is a limit to how long a review is?
Well, based off of that question, I certainly agree. Review seems to lend itself more to short form and critique to long form. I think review would be more of a subjective experience, discussing perhaps the highlights and the person's experience and interpretations, whereas critique would be an attempt at a more analytical assessment of everything that happened and asking the question whether or not any individual element worked, didn't work, why, and why not. I would say if we're specifically talking by those differences, I would say, there can be reviews that probably go on a bit too long. But presumably the more entertaining you are, the longer I'm willing to watch you and be interested. I don't know. Someone else speak.
Interesting perspective, because as soon as you said review is more short form as critique is more long form, I immediately had the thought pop into my head. Couldn't you just say that there is a critique of this scene in this particular movie rather than a review of this scene? Because my brain immediately associated the critique with, it's more specific focus thing about like, I have a critique regarding how the specific scene is played out in this movie. And the review would, in my mind, would immediately be like, so you're going to go through the whole movie. As in, like, you're going to factor it all into your review as the whole experience rather than a critique is where just... So I don't know if this is this is just where my mind associated it immediately. It's probably not how others think, but I don't know why. That's what I thought of as soon as I heard the comparison.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Kit,
What
for
occurred?
you, what's the difference between critique and review?
Okay, critique and review. Critique seems to me instinctually, critique seems more in depth and about expertise, and review is just what you've thought of it. It doesn't necessarily go too far into like a cinematography, or if we're talking about review critiquing a book, that is about technique. It's got to do with that's what the use of critique is critique is to improve art. So I would say critique's a little bit more in depth than review.
Charles,
Huh?
what is your opinion on the matter?
I just dropped it in chat. I think a critic is someone who studies and or covers something from a technical perspective and explains how or why something is happening within a piece of art. And a reviewer is somebody who kind of gives you a subjective opinion, either who they think would like it or what they feel about it.
So it seems as if we're all sort of hovering in the same area.
What if, wait, what if, so there is a critic and a reviewer, critique and review. What if there's a difference? My mind is just churning right now. The difference in goals, because as previously it was mentioned, critique, or the job of a critic is to to help with potential improvement, whereas a reviewer, like if someone reviews a movie, that's potentially phrased as advice, whether or not you should see this movie and what should you expect. And that's more so aimed at an audience, not rather than as a not necessarily at the creator of the movie. Like if I see Mission Impossible critique as the YouTube video title, I think of, so they are going to analyze technically what could have been done better with filming, writing, etc. Whereas if they say Mission Impossible review, they're going to talk about what you should expect if you're going to see this movie. Again, I might be wrong, but this is the association my brain draws.
Darling brings up a great question. Can we define the difference between analysis and critique?
Okay, review that, then I'll do another branch here. So I don't know your answer,
Well,
Dorcas.
Analysis, just spitballing here, I feel gives me a little bit of leeway in terms of my own subjective interpretation of a thing. Oh yes, the blue curtains totally meant sadness type of a thing versus critique, which I think would lend itself a bit more to these are the this is how you film a scene. This is how you do the lighting. This kind of lighting communicates this sort of idea. And it was effective in this case, but not effective in this case.
Yeah, I would say they're all different steps. A review is, should I watch it? A critique is, all right, whether or not you liked it or didn't, here's a reason why. An analysis is, okay, this one part, we're going to discuss why this is good or bad.
Like just to piggyback up those three, do any of those three require any sort of, credentials or anything like that?
I would hope so.
Right. Yes, that's what used to happen. That's why I wanted to ask, what is it? Because ReviewTube is literally anyone who has an opinion on something.
Yes.
But then, being a critic, access media critic, that's something with a little bit more credential. But now we've created something with YouTube where it's like, if somebody is followed by enough people, they have authority because their opinion it's literally shown in their subscriber count. That's like, my opinion matters this much.
Yeah. Number.
Yeah. So that's that's the credential that does come in. And I think Taylor's right here. I don't think reviews and critiques are mutually exclusive either. Not because of them not being different things, because I really do think you can identify them being into two different things. It's just that the way we consume them today, a review and a critique are the same thing. They're mixed together. There's no actually breaking them apart on YouTube, at least.
Which kind of speaks to what, I don't know if we spoke about this off air or not, but the critical drinker discussion about The Boys, was that off air or on?
That was off air.
It was off air.
Okay, so critical drinker covering season 4 of The Boys without watching it. That's an issue.
Well,
if you're criticizing something or you're go ahead.
If he's just saying why he's not going to, I don't know. It feels like you should be able to say that as a reviewer, like, I'm not going to. Yeah, I've reviewed the other 3 seasons. Here's why I'm not going to at this one. But it seems to stretch far beyond that. It's saying why the franchise is now ruined, where he hasn't seen it. So it's like,
how do you know? That you're providing none of the 3, neither a review, a critique, or an analysis. You're just saying, here's reason why I'm not giving you any of those things. It could be an update. I would not call it a review.
And I haven't seen the video, but is his premise that by the time The Boys got to season 4, it was ruined, therefore he has stopped? Or is it that 4 was the one that ruined?
Let's do a case study. Let's call it case study.
Okay.
So I agree. If you're going to cover
an 8-minute video, so it could take us like 4 hours.
If you're gonna cover something, you do have an obligation to see the thing.
Well, that or just don't talk about it. Like, if you're not going to cover it, don't talk about it. Why are you saying, hey, by the way, I'm not covering this thing? Oh, okay.
So would you say it would be okay to mention why you're not covering it if you have covered it like the other seasons of it in the past?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't call it a review though.
Well, he doesn't say how my review.
Yeah, technically, he didn't.
Call him.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's titled "The Boys Season 4: How to Destroy Your Audience," and then in the description, it's the critics predictably loved it. The audience unfortunately hated it. Season 4 of The Boys is what happens when activism takes priority over art.
So it sounds more
which is
like
pretty far for not seeing it.
Yeah, that's quite a lot, quite a long distance you're going to connect dots that you cannot put together yourself. Seasons 1 through 3, I feel this, and I'm not watching 4 because this. Not
Taylor,
season 4 is blank because blank.
What do you mean about clip? What clip?
Clippy. From Microsoft Word.
The awesome paperclip guy that I hear is making a comeback. Were you going to say that, Dorcas?
Yeah, I was. You go on. You say it.
I salute him. He should come back.
Imbue him with AI now. Or do you want to talk about?
Rule us all.
Or are you talking about the clip that Charles put in the chat? Because Charles, can you put it in the private chat? The short. Sorry, so I can click on it. Like, I assume he's talking about a specific piece of The Boys and discourse around it.
Yeah,
okay.
it is.
So this is
it's
okay. Yeah.
Which spoiler?
Shall we watch it? Let's watch it. Let's do our case study.
Sure.
All right.
I've got it here. I shall open.
Pretty regularly on Open Bar these days is one of the questions that comes up pretty regularly on Open Bar these days is, Drinker, you tough-talking, charismatic gunslinger with a dark past, when are you going to review The Boys Season 4? The Boys.
Now, that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
You know,
I guess, could I ask you guys, so does he get leeway because he is doing a character? Like, obviously, he's not drunk. Obviously, he's not actually a gunslinger. I don't know. He is being a bit hyperbolic. The hyperbole is there. Mm-hmm. Does that give him some leeway that, I'm just being this character that hates things?
I don't.
He's
I've never interpreted his character as being the guy who hates things.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was saying he's critical of things. Literally, he's a critical drinker, but that he doesn't. He's not the
Fair
guy
enough.
that hates things.
I think most of them that I've seen that have blown up have been kind of against something as opposed to like championing something. But you're right. Like he had a recent one on Falling Down that was just like amazing, where he's just talking about how great that movie is, which actually helped me see it from kind of a different angle at one point. So yeah, you're right. Like he's not only bad, but I think what kind of gets blown up is the anti like whatever movie thing. But I guess that's YouTube, right? Like criticism
rage sells.
Yeah.
But also, I think because he doesn't hide his ideological bent, and that ideological bent resonates with a lot of people nowadays.
Your ideological bent shouldn't be portrayed in someone else's work. If they have a certain intent with their project, it shouldn't matter what you think of it, especially if they intended something different.
The only thing you could do is have the way that you react to your ideology. So I guess then it's a matter for you. That's a matter of framing it as a reaction rather than a fact. Yeah. Okay. So also just you. I think it was a good idea to bring up him doing the character critical drinker, you gunslinging, blah blah blah. That is his tone. I think it is important to consider that he's got a tone here. Just the
also the way that he's speaking, like I mean, he is putting on like a performance, and like he is doing those lines, like the
he's trying to be
slinging devil, like it is a character, even if I am getting lambasted by Lord Cameron, saying that yes, I understand, like he's not actually drunk and he has a Scottish accent, but
if I'm not allowed to have my initials, he's not allowed to have his shtick. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think I think one thing to say about the shtick, right, is actually there's a meta discussion to have about it where we go the value of ReviewTube and what is it as well. Just think about it. It's entertaining to watch somebody speak this way. For me, I like him in that way. I like how snarky he is. I like the jokes he makes, even if I disagree with what he's doing or if I disagree with a critique that he's making. He makes funny jokes, and I watch for that reason. Sure,
it's entertaining. Yeah. It's a form of entertainment. It's not a form of artistic criticism.
Yes. Yeah. And I think that you can say that about his videos, even though I don't doubt that he has the ability for in-depth analysis. And
some people do both, sure.
Yeah, but he does them in short little bursts for people to just enjoy. And that's the discussion about what ReviewTube is, because as much as we like the in-depth, there's this popcorn review.
Sorry, I don't think my issue is with these types. It's the people down the trough who take this stuff in and regurgitate it as if it's gospel without really knowing a thing of what they're talking about. Not the content creators, people who watch the video and then regurgitate it without seeing a second of footage. That's frustrating.
Heard.
Yeah, I agree. That's the corruption that Dorcas has actually as speaking about it later on in our diagram. Let's just keep going with our case study.
It also brings in this interesting topic because I haven't been excited about anything that has come out in a really long time, save for maybe House of the Dragon. And I will watch reviews to determine whether or not I'll go and see something. And Deadpool and Wolverine, it sounds like it's actually fairly good, and I'm thinking about actually going to see it. And part of that is because folks like Film Threat have given it reasonably positive reviews.
Is it because they outright talk about woke and letters in the film?
What?
They outright, in Deadpool and Wolverine, they talk about the term woke and certain hires within the film.
Do they?
This is the first I'm hearing of that.
But
you mean the movie, not Film Threat?
There is content within the film where they they make a mockery of Disney and hires.
So that's
so that
this
makes
is the
it good.
Nice.
this is the literally the first time I've heard that, and
okay.
it's certainly for me it's a selling point, to be
See,
honest.
but that's
Mhm.
I haven't heard
so you just
anyone
want to hear
using that
something
as a selling
specific, is what you're
point.
saying.
No, it's you know what it's
No?
I think what I would sorry I'm putting words in your mouth, Dorcas, but this is what I would expect for you to be saying is let's see if I get to get it right, okay? That you're not looking for a certain message and that will be the reason you watch the movie. It's actually that you're used to a certain message being in movies currently, and having something else is refreshing. That's what I would think. Well, you answer.
It's a fair way to put it. I mean, I do feel like a lot of what's coming out comes out with an ideological bent. So to hear that something is coming out with an ideological bent more towards mine own, isn't the worst thing to hear. But I hadn't heard this about the
Me
Deadpool
neither.
movie until literally just this second. The fact that I was a little bit excited about it stems from the fact that the first two I didn't think were bad. I thought they were good.
Yeah, it's more in line with that.
And the reviewers that I have watched, and in this case, it's pretty much just Film Threat for this specific movie, are saying that it's fairly good. So I have been sold on seeing the movie. If they were coming out saying it wasn't good, I might not go see it.
I think I understand, Dorcas. I think the issue with the crowds being loyal to a specific set of reviewers is you're missing content that has nothing to do with ideological viewpoints, and you're missing good art because it doesn't get clicks. And that as a fan of the arts is frustrating, because if you're looking for like buzzy content to like react to, yeah, okay, it's probably noisy out there. But if you're looking for a good watch, you're not doing enough work, because there's good stuff out there.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Dorcas. I'm not speaking at you. I have much fun.
That's why I
watching
said
content with you.
I think we'll get to the grievance. I honestly want to just list grievances. Okay, let's do our grievance study later on. Seriously,
We will have an airing of grievances.
but just looking at what. Yeah, sorry, Dorcas, go.
No. Continue, Kidder.
I was just going to say what Taylor's saying. Appealing to ideological beliefs can be a draw, and when someone says this is/isn't signaling, this is/isn't woke, is signaling to the audience it aligns with ideological beliefs. But yeah, and also another thing. Fuck's sake. I'll be back.
Dorcas, take over. Emergency.
Dorcas, you're up.
And I think I hear what you're saying, Charles. Your problem is less so with these reviewers and more so with people who will hear the reviews, feel as if they have had the full experience of having seen the thing, and then being able to speak from a position of authority on whether or not it's good without actually having seen the thing. And I absolutely agree that if you're going to attempt to speak from a position of authority on a thing, you should make sure that your opinions are your own and not fed to you. And you should do the work.
Especially if you try to enter some sort of debate or argument or something, like you don't have the tools. Like what are you talking about?
Right. But this does.
You have a picture of someone else too, though.
Yeah, but like at that point, just like here's their email address. Contact them. I just like what they say.
Yeah.
So talk to them.
So what do you do then if you say aren't necessarily an artistically inclined person, or you're not studied in the area, but you have these intuitions, and here are these people who are saying what you feel much more articulately than you yourself can say?
Yes, me.
Well,
what if you're a normie?
You front load it with that. You say, "Hey, listen, I'm not just what you said."
Okay.
I like it because of this reason, but this person has said things that I don't know why, if you don't consider yourself articulate, you would enter in any sort of critical conversation. Like, I like hamburgers. I couldn't tell you what the fuck is in it. Meat,
Beef.
bread. Well, that's what you think. It was actually a turkey burger, shithead.
Mm.
Fooled you. But like, I wouldn't tell somebody how to make a hamburger. If like, yeah, I like it. I can tell you when I think one's better than the other. But if you're asking me what makes a burger great, at the taste on my tongue, that's what makes it good. I couldn't get into a critical back and forth with somebody about it. I mean, it's all subjective in the end, and all art is subjective. Your perspective can be, I just like it when the color yellow is on the screen, and this had a lot of yellow, so yeah, I enjoyed it. And like, how do you argue against that? You can't.
You do then argue that your standards are wrong, which is what we do on the internet, and then but that doesn't do anything.
Yes, I'm ill-equipped for the internet. That is fair.
No, we just go on the internet. You just go, your standards wrong. Your standards are horrible. You're a horrible person, and we just jump on that.
I think I just did that. Yeah.
So can I ask you then, Charles? Like,
no.
Is there any? Okay, never mind then. Is there any like straight up just artistic movie reviewer that you can think of that isn't like also hopping on the bandwagon of like, okay, so I need to throw in Wolverine, I need to do Twisters, I need to, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't it seem like it would have to be a mixture of both? So maybe you could use that to then bring the audience to the more artistic films.
Can I say something a little
sure
spicy here? The corpse that is known as the four letters you guys enjoy so much, otherwise known as every frame of painting.
Every frame of yeah, it's just so amazing. I loved their content so much.
They're no longer.
I think EFAP did too, and that's kind of why they adopted the kind of clever moniker, and now people don't know the original, which is interesting.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I am the normies.
They would do real in-depth analysis and talking about how, you know, like every frame is a painting, and they would go through like the blocking, the staging, the lighting, like a whole bunch of like just elements that added to why that frame is amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Okay.
Let's play the video.
Yeah, let's play the video. The remade Twister.
I used to be a real fan of that show, to the point where I actually gave the first season a Drinker Recommends Awards. And truly, what higher accolade can one bestow upon a work of art these days? Anyway,
okay, he's even taking the piss out of himself. He's just, because he's like, I appreciate that he's like, oh, who can give it more artistic praise than Drinker Recommends, boys? You know, I like that. I like that he did that. I like that kind of humor.
At a time when the superhero genre was already becoming kind of stale and played out, the boys came along to completely tear up the rulebook. Funny, violent, irreverent, and wickedly subversive, with a complex and well-written cast of heroes and villains, plus a whole lot of other characters in between, and a story that brutally skewered everything from fake corporate activism to our obsession with celebrity culture, media manipulation, and cultural warfare. It was...
Okay. So he has covered The Boys before. He's saying why he liked it. He's given us what he was thinking about. So he's given us
found appealing about the first season.
Yeah, he's given us context of where he was with it, and yes, he has done a bait and switch here. He has done the content chasing thing by saying The Boys season 4, How to Destroy Your Audience, is like he's reviewing it. He didn't say my review of The Boys season 4, so yes, he didn't do that. But that title also implies it's a review. Is it inherently wrong to judge someone on their standards for art? Would you judge someone for dating someone because they're hot and nothing else? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Look, that's the thing. This is the Wild West, okay? Is it inherently wrong? Yes. We're gonna do it anyway because this is the internet. Fine. That's basically it. There's blood sports. That is what YouTube is doing. So that we should probably take it easy. I think that what I would take from there is take it easy, relax. So if somebody's standards are wrong in your eyes, you don't have to hate them. I think that's as far as we can go. Inherently wrong. I think it's right. Yeah, it's wrong to say, oh, this person's standards are like I said to Charles, your standards of yellow are wrong.
But
It's true.
But we're
The-
still mates.
The thing is, if you know how you feel about a thing, why do you need to be verified by people who do not feel the same way? Why do you have to go embrace the rest of the world that feels a different way about a thing that you need their like
That's a very
validation or something?
fundamental human thing that a
It's
lot
a
of
human
people do
thing.
in a lot of different fields of life, unfortunately, where they're like, here is my teddy bear that I like to hug. Now you must hug it too.
Yeah,
Damn
yeah.
it.
I'm sorry,
I
I'm
would
never gonna like black jelly beans. Nice try. I'm sure
Dude,
you can
they're
have all mine.
amazing.
Listen,
Black
I
licorice
always
is where
like
it's
to
at,
knock
my
at your
friend.
door and ask to hug their specific teddy bear, okay?
In the spotlight, Charles. Explain yourself.
Charles, how do you not like anise?
Anus,
Charles, you might find this take a little bit spicy, but
Oh.
it seems to me that
He doesn't
for
like
a decade now, the powers that be in charge of creating content, creating these Hollywood things, have been doing so aggressively. There is a strong feeling of these people are coming into a space that I have inhabited. I was bullied for being a nerd in high school, and now the very same people that bullied me are coming in and calling me an istophobe. So I'm going to respond by saying, these are my takes. They are counter to what is happening. Please tell me I'm not alone here. They're destroying something that I love. So these people who have these takes, I think that's part of why they are sharing it, is because they are frustrated with the quality and a perceived aggressiveness from these creators.
But is
I
it
think
like,
Fumbling.
isn't
What
all of this like allegories for outcasts?
Well, I
The
mean,
way
like, even if you go back to the first season, which he praised, like, it was highly political. It was talking about like corporate control and corruption, superheroes as a metaphor for like celebrities, media manipulation, nationalism, patriotism. It had like the government and military, and then it had a ton of social issues such as like SA, and then storylines involving like Me Too situations, exploiting of women. I don't know. The first season was inherently political.
I think Critical Drinker's position on this, which I think he says later in the video, is that none of that matters so long as the writing is good, that the characters, the dialogue, that it's engaging and interesting, that viewers are willing to forgive an opposing ideological bent so long as everything else about the show works. And that I think his position is that the longer the show went on, those good qualities that were found in season one declined, but the ideological bent certainly stayed the same, and therefore it became less entertaining to watch.
So, let's continue that. Keep that in mind, because let's keep.
Yeah, that does seem to be where he's
ourselves-
going with this.
One more thing on this
Yeah.
topic before we move on, just to make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing this. It's kind of like the line of thought that you get to do spicy politics if your art is good, but it's similar to kind of like your Holocaust joke is, if it's funny, actually, then it's more likely to be positively, at least more people will be willing to accept that, you know, you made a joke of something. If it's actually like, if you put effort and high quality into, I don't know how to properly phrase it, but you get to do more things if you put more effort, and if it's a higher quality product, you get to take on more responsibility. I don't know how to phrase it, but you get to higher levels of what you can include in your art and still it being still coming out with a good product on the end. You can take on,
For
I don't know,
sure.
Well,
But
maybe it's
should
what
someone
you're
have to
trying
listen to the joke to critique it, or should they go off of other people's critiques of your joke to say that why it's not acceptable?
Well, yeah, that's the question we're
Telephone.
asking. Yeah, the question we're asking with this case study is actually, okay, is this let's ask ourselves some questions with this case study. I'm putting it into our diagram here. Is it a review? Is it okay that he is reviewing season 4 without watching it? Okay, and I think we have answers about that. So I've noted the stuff that we discussed before. I've just put it in the rest of the diagram, but like here I've got accepting politics when there's good writing, something like that. So that's just the questions about this is, okay, is it a review? I'm not going to share my screen. I'm just writing it while we do this. Okay, is it a review? Does it count as a review? I think we can mostly say, I don't know. No. I guess what are some other questions we can do to as we watch this, keep our minds on this as a case study, because it will inform the rest of our discussion. And just a reminder, we've only been talking for 45 minutes, so we've got a long way to go.
Questions like who the fuck do you think you are, like that?
Okay, yeah. Who does he think he is? He is.
He told you he's the mysterious gunslinger with a dark past.
Yes, I think it's a review. Reviews do not have to be objective because they're simply opinion. Okay, yeah, there we go. So it's not critique. Yeah, he definitely is not doing a critique. That's good. That's true. But okay, so let's just see his explanation. For me, I just want to note that his title is it's not clickbait, but it makes it seem like he's going to give us a review having watched it, right?
It's deceptive at the very least.
Yeah, implies review after having seen it. But he's not once does I don't think he's going to say. I think maybe a way that he could have he's framing this is why I'm not watching The Boys season 4. That could also have been sensational for him to say that. But I don't know how to destroy
be as deceptive.
But it wouldn't be as deceptive, but I think maybe it's not as strong as what he's trying to say here. I think he's actually he's probably saying something stronger.
By me, and you could technically say by me and others won't be watching The Boys season 4, but it's not as sappy as like how to destroy your audience.
Yeah, exactly.
You are part of the audience and others, and you're talking about how you are pushing them all away. So
yeah, this is a great pause frame to actually be talking about this, because he is going like, yeah, the audience, see this audience that's so upset? Yes, I will speak to you and I will say things that validate you, and you will enjoy it, and you will thumbs up my video. But let's see.
Was really everything you could look for in a show like this. I kind of checked out after season 3, partly because I was pretty burned out with superhero stories in general.
Okay, so he's given us a reason for why he's checked out of season 3, because he's burnt out with superheroes. Partly, that's one of his things he's given us. Okay, so that's why he's telling us why he's not watching it.
Even shows that subverted the genre, and partly because I could see the way The Boys was heading as a creative property. The complex, nuanced, and multifaceted characters were slowly morphing into simplified parodies of themselves.
Okay, so he's saying that's how, by season 3, that's all he knows, right? By
hopefully
season 3,
give us
I
an
think.
example.
Yeah, hopefully he will. Yeah.
And he has not, I think, commented on season 4 quite yet.
He hasn't quite commented on it. Yeah, so okay, yeah. I do feel. Look, where are you at with the way? Who's watched The Boys here?
I saw 1 through 3, and my experience was much the same as Drinkers so far.
I've seen 1 through 4 and Gen V, the spinoff thing. So I guess I've seen it all.
Charles, have you seen until 2? Or
I thought I've seen 1 through 3, but apparently I've seen 1 through 2 and spots of 3.
And spots of 3. Okay. I've seen spots of 3, and I've also seen spots of 4, because Gordon watches this and I just watch when he watches. If I happen to come in, so I've missed a few episodes, and I just ask questions and stuff.
You are a passive watcher.
What I have yes, I'm sorry. What I have noticed is I don't actually like it as much as I did in the beginning. It's become a bit cheap for me. It feels like it tries to hit those beats that it did in the beginning, and they're cheap. It's kind of like, yeah, oh look, you've got gore on the screen. Oh wow, how cool are you? You're such an edgy boy. Oh, you've got sex.
Give me an example that because like I'm trying to remember much of the gore from season 4, and it seems really toned down. Like specifically, there is a chance where they would have shown somebody get ripped apart, and then instead, a character just passes out, and when they come to, there's just blood everywhere. But like in the previous one, they actually show somebody like go inside someone's urethra and then sneeze and go back to normal size.
Yes, that was for me part of like isn't that season 3? That had
yes.
started that had started to go for me. That started to get cheap.
It's like the start of season 3. Yeah. You might have stopped early, Charles.
Yeah, it started to get
so
to
glad
me.
I didn't watch it.
Like there's too much of this for me. Okay, so that's where I'm at with that gore.
You're saying they're over relying on that part.
Yes,
of the,
it feels
we are so counter the normal superhero stuff that has become the they overly lean on.
Yes, overly for me. In my opinion,
it's also counterculture where if you watch Ant-Man and then you have that pothead, conversation while watching a movie, like, oh, what would you do if you were that small? And then they go ahead and film it.
How the internet theorized that Thanos was going to be defeated. It was like ripped straight out of the memes.
It's the same. Oh, I guess it's the same thing as like, look, when it comes to the web slinger guy, right?
Spider-Man.
Yeah, the spider. No. What in the boys? I think his name is
Webweaver.
Webweaver. There you go. So
definitely not Spider-Man. Yeah.
I saw that clip.
It's very, very like for me, it's just very obvious that look, they took what happens when you have Spider-Man actually, and you really consider what Spider-Man would really have. He would have a freaking butt thing that spews webs and shit, and it's a fluid, and it turns into, like the grossness that they go through. Just it seemed cheap to me. It started to get cheap, and I understand that's what The Boys is for. I understand that's what it's trying to do, but for me, it just kept. It was hit. I don't know. Maybe it was too often. It was just every single episode. It was slapping me in the face with, "Look how edgy I am," and I'm just like, "Okay, I am not impressed."
Is that
not like
ideological though? That's just content.
No,
it's just gore.
That's me. No, that's what I'm saying. That's just me. So I'm not with Drinker on the ideology bit. I'm actually just on the quality bit. I'm not feeling it anymore. The gore in the first season was shocking, because you were like, holy crap, that is what would happen if someone sped into you. If that's what would happen if the Flash knocked into you, you would just be vaporized, right? Like that was a cool thing. But it's kind of like, I suppose, like later seasons of Game of Thrones kind of thing, where it started to become a bit more about the spectacle. So
having watched them all, I do not get that feeling. It doesn't feel like it just dropped off and everybody just stopped caring. It feels so. I got to be honest. I watched season 2 and I was like, all right, I don't like where they're going. Like, there's this heavy white supremacy thing going on. So I completely dropped out, and then I didn't get back in until 3 had already finished. But for this other podcast I was doing, I had to catch up to everything and then watch Gen V. I got to be honest, like it feels like season 2 for me was the lowest low, and then 3 brought it back up. And I don't know what they're doing now. I'm really digging it. There's some interesting things that they're weaving through that they kind of promised before. It always kind of teased this election from the beginning. So I don't see it as getting more political. I see them actually toning down some of the violence. I don't see it as just being like edgy for the sake of edgy, but I mean, everything's subjective. There are people that like the last few seasons of Game of Thrones, and I don't understand it, but I really don't see the comparison here. I don't feel like the dialogue has fallen off. I don't feel like the plot lines have fallen off. It's not like, but why didn't you take 2 steps to the right and you would have lived? Like, it's not like that level of like,
it's not that bad
or anything like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I would agree with that. As the resident normie, I can't pretend that it's as bad as like the power of many, that kind of thing. It's not that bad. Sorry, I know we won't go into that. Let's just continue. So this and he's okay to say that he doesn't like this. Let's continue, see what his feeling. And Dorcas, you also had a feeling of it just declining. For Gray, it didn't, and yeah.
What? No, I just said.
Okay.
Central
I did.
storyline was becoming trite and predictable, and the bitingly witty satire was becoming more overt and partisan with every season, parroting the same predictable talking points as every other Hollywood product.
Partisan.
So
Was it not partisan the first 3 seasons?
Yeah, I could see. I don't think it was partisan. It had both sides. I was okay with that.
Yep.
I liked.
Well, and
I didn't care. Yeah, you speak about it.
I would just kind of like, again, like another sort of example of this, that it's like being partisan, because like I don't think it shows anybody in good light. Like every character is meant to be really flawed. It's not like, oh, but the Starlighters are all good people. It's like they're seen as drug addicts who are very reckless with their behavior. I don't know. One of them has to turn themselves in for like a whole bunch of murder that he did in the past. I don't know. It's not like these are good people, these are bad people. And then Vought is the same company that like it. So not only is it like part governmental, but it's also part soups. It's vying to get more power. At the same time, it's Fox News, but it's also Disney. Like it's really weird. It does feel like they really are attacking everybody, but they're not kind of getting credit for attacking one side. And they might be attacking one even harder, because there is definite comparison between Homelander and Trump for sure. But they are trying to set it up so that he gets power. They've teased it for like 3 seasons that, you should be president. So they're kind of working their way towards getting him there.
Yeah, and isn't the most powerful being... hey, that just makes me think of Mistborn, where it's like, isn't the most powerful being just supposed to be the lord of everything, because he's just superior? So he could kill everyone on the planet, so he gets to be president. that moral question comes up, that he could literally kill everyone. Therefore,
if I may explore an idea that I haven't like fully gotten into, is it the end of season 3 when Homelander essentially kills a protester, and everyone starts cheering him on? And season 2 with the Stormfront as a Nazi, the idea that there are broad swaths of Nazis in America. If the show is taking this position, it feels a little bit like they're trying to critique America today, and it's built off of false premises. I don't believe that there are large swaths of Nazis, or that Trump could literally kill someone in a crowd and get off scot-free, but it feels like that's the position, the main position, the super position that the show and its creators are taking.
I don't know that it is. Like, that is an aspect that's in there, but I mean, like, you got to realize that, like, it is a hyper stylized world. Like, they have superheroes, they have people that are supreme beings that are in this thing, and a lot of it isn't necessarily like white power, it's more soup power or stuff along those lines, which there is a certain amount of hate. You're right, like not everybody is that, but the other main thing is this Vought company, like they have their V56, like I'm trying to think exactly what it is, but it's the equivalent to D23, which is Disney's thing where they advertise, here's the slate of all these things that are going to be coming out. And they do this Vought convention. It's whatever year the fictional company Vought was founded, just like D23 is 23 was the year that Disney was founded. But they go through and they say, like, okay, here's phase 1 of the I forget what they call their cinematic universe, but they go through and they're really lambasting Disney. But at the same time, this company is also trying to be part of the government. It's trying to actually run everything, but they're simultaneously left wing and right wing. Like it's interesting. I agree with you. There is this whole like white supremacy and racism thing that was introduced by Stormfront, who just happens to be Ava Braun. Spoilers if you haven't seen season 2.
Wait, what?
But there's like reasons why like those themes are there, because she actually was a Nazi. It's not just like some new person. It's just she was a soup all along.
Can I ask
like it is crazy, but like the corporate propaganda and media influence is huge in this, and they're really lambasting Vought as both Fox and Disney. it's interesting to me. I do think they are punching more at one side than the other, but they're in no way saying like this side is good, this side is horrible.
Can I ask the non-Americans how the constant mass shootings comes off to you? Does that seem normal to you?
Funny. It's funny. People are constantly killing each other over the most ridiculous reasons in the most ridiculous positions that you can imagine. Like a child being handed a gun immediately kills his father and then himself as soon as it happens. I just look at it like, yeah, I mean, yeah, what do you expect? You gave a child a gun without training or anything or whatever. But it's just me being a European or whatever. I just look at it and it's like, yeah, overseas, that's the crazy La La Land where they do weird shit all the time. They have like the weirdest leaders. You can choose between orange retard and walking corpse and whatever. And then these people shoot each other or complain about stupid things. It has to be put on the food and clothing and labels to not fucking, I don't know, stuff it in your hole, because otherwise people will do it anyway and die from it, etc. You know, that's just the magic crazy land on the other side of the globe for me.
Okay, so it's for you. It's like it's part of Americanness that mass shooting thing.
It's the wild, wonky land, yeah, where that stuff like that just happens. It's just normal.
So, if I told you that of those people that committed those shootings, a fair portion of them were white supremacists or Nazis, would that seem worth making fun of?
A portion of them are, but I've taken a closer look, and it's important that a lot of them get characterized as some sort of political extremists, but actually a significant portion of them are not political at all.
They just mentally
and it kind of shows a worsening, mental health crisis in the nation. But as you see that, I've taken a look at breakdowns before. It's actually interesting how I would have expected it to be way more political, but there is actually less than I thought would be.
That also speaks to the watering down of the terms, I think.
Look, I do want to get back to the video, but I do want to talk about this as well, just in terms of mass shooting from the other. Listen, I'm not European, all the way southern Africa. What it looks like in South Africa, I'm very pro gun rights. So that when it comes to the idea of just not having guns, it's not feasible. Okay, so in South Africa, it's the same thing. So in America, it's not feasible to not have guns. You can't, in my opinion. And then in South Africa as well, we've got a lot of bad guys as well. So
okay, so I'm sorry. So in the chat, and it's been brought up already, about gang violence in guns. In these television shows, do you think gangs are shown as like happy-go-lucky people that just want to hold hand and hug?
No,
okay.
I don't know. What gang?
What they do with white supremacists is make a mockery of them because they're pieces of shit.
Which I'm okay with.
Okay,
yes.
So I thought that was putting too much political nonsense in the show.
Well, if the premise of the show, if the show is trying to indicate that there is a significant amount of white supremacists, that half the country are deplorables, and that they have some degree of actual political power, it's just, I cannot buy into that premise. And it has felt for a long time that the people that are making these assertions or holding these beliefs are willing to lump me into this group of white supremacists simply because I like strong borders and lower taxes, so to speak. So,
okay, but what does that have to do with Nazis?
Okay, hold on, guys. We're getting it off into
nothing, and that's the problem because it's commonly associated for no reason. Yeah.
That wasn't police, I don't think, Cameron. That was private security. But it was great. I'm glad that you watched that. Was the SA term for violent criminal tsotsi? It's just it doesn't have to be a violent criminal. Tsotsi isn't a. I guess it is. Yeah, every criminal in South Africa is considered violent. Okay, so
better said.
Wait, Dorcas be like, if you're going to set it in the US and play off the politics, then there's a limit to how far you can take it before it becomes utterly ridiculous and takes people out of the story. Okay. Look, let's keep this. Why did we bring up the shooting bit? Why did we bring that up? Is it just figure that out? Let's continue with the video. I love that Gray was so right. He's like, it's 8 minutes. We're gonna take hours to watch it. We're like a minute 30 seconds in, guys. So let's go.
Basically, the boys just wasn't cool or interesting anymore. It wasn't fighting the power. It was the power. It wasn't raging against the machine. It was part of it. What was once rebellious, subversive, and irreverent had become just another mouthpiece for the safe, corporatized, hollow, and performative activism that it once so brutally mocked.
Okay, so he has what we're come. Let's now say what he has said. What he has said to us is that he thought it was. He saw it as this thing that it was mocking the corporate. It was irreverent, and that's what he liked about it, right? It was against the corpo. Yeah.
And that over time it became more and more partisan.
So it started counterculture for him, and he loved that.
He said,
but
rage
then
against the machine, then it became the machine. So the superheroes.
Examples would be great of like all of these things, like the more partisan, the characters failing now it's becoming part of the machine, or now it is the machine.
You know, they started off as a ragtag group of nobodies, and now by season 4, they're.
So I don't know.
Superheroes.
I don't know if that if he's talking about the characters themselves or if it's just the whole show.
Well, by season 4, the boys are now a part of the government. So, I mean, they are a part of the machine if he is just talking about the characters. But I think he kind of meant more the show itself. But I perhaps I'm
thinking the show itself. I'm not thinking him. I'm not thinking the characters. I'm thinking his view of the show. And considering the things that you've pointed out to me that said, no, are you sure about that? Because there's this and this and this that you could point out that's good. I do feel like I enjoyed the earlier seasons more, but you are correct. It's maybe I've tired of it. It's not that it's done anything different.
So it wasn't exactly brilliant.
So blaming this for, he opened up talking about how the superhero genre is kind of tired. This started in 2019. We've had superhero movies for decades. That's not
Since
this
2000.
show's fault.
X-Men.
Yeah, and this show was supposed to be
never Batman, never Superman.
I do think post Endgame there ended up being an oversaturation. All of these TV shows dropping at once, not just The Boys, but all of the Disney Plus stuff, and so on and so forth. So my recollection is that there was a general consensus of, we're getting a lot of superhero stuff. Can we get other things, please? Like that.
Oh, and this was refreshing, wasn't it? Didn't it feel this was refreshing because it was other superhero stuff that wasn't incredibly lame, or it was so irreverent and so counter to the usual superhero thing. That's what made it exciting to me. And I'm a normie, so remember, I'm the normie Gage here. So and normies are all gay as well. But basically, so I don't have the knowledge of the comic books. So I don't have any critique of that. Like, in the books it was like this, and I don't have any of that. I just have, here's some superheroes. There's a superhero guy that's like Superman, but he's not Superman because he's kind of an arsehole. And it's like a topsy-turvy world, and it's very gory, and it's not. It's if superheroes were not great, not all great. It's a little bit more gritty, and that was what was exciting initially. So I'm with Drinker on it being counter culture in that way. I don't know about it becoming what it was fighting against. I think he's mischaracterized that. I don't know if I don't think it took a side. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like it was just saying stuff because, like, you guys like this stuff, don't you? You like it when we say pronouns. You like it when we say gay. You like it when you like fighting amongst yourselves about this. Let's put it into our show. And I guess that's not good enough. That's not a good enough reason to put it in your show. suppose he's picked up on that. Hello.
Play the video.
Yeah.
That Don Normie. Thank you. I love that item.
Brimming with excitement at the prospect of sacrificing another 8 hours of my increasingly limited lifespan for the new season. Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time. But hey,
Comedy. Okay, comedy.
maybe they managed to turn things around. I mean, Stranger Things was drinking at the Last Chance Saloon for me after a disastrously bad season 3, only for the showrunners to listen to fan complaints and come back with an absolute banger of season 4.
Okay, so what was the complaints about what's the name? Season I was not in on the commentary with Stranger Things. I don't know what I was doing. That might have been while I was moving or something. I was not on the internet at that time. What was happening?
It just felt a little played out. Like, I think people were just kind of sick of it. Like, because it became popular, everybody was doing this like 80s nostalgia thing and just kind of copying that aesthetic. And it just, I don't know. It didn't seem as strong when season 3 finally came back for me. But did you have a different experience, Dorcas?
I barely remember season 3, but my recollection of the discourse around it, I think, was that folks didn't like the redhead character. I mean, not that they didn't like her character, but her story. And then I vaguely recall, I think there was an episode with 11 that was just like totally out of place. Like,
So
tail. We have a tail. We have a cat.
Daisy has a tale to tell.
But I could be wrong on those, just because I haven't thought about Stranger Things since ages.
So yeah, because when Drinker says they listened to fan complaints, whoa, what fan complaints were those? Like when he says something like listen to fan complaints, that's like, oh, like say if they listened to fan complaints about Wheel of Time, they would stop their bullshit about there being four Tavir and the dragon being male or female. That would be a very big thing to listen to if you change that. But that's not listening. Like, I don't know, making your show better is not so much listening, I don't think. It's just you did better. You just did better. You didn't do what the fans told you to do. Specifically.
Well, I think that's some of the least egregious things they did, like killing off a fan favorite. I don't know. That seems pretty far away from what the fans would want.
But that said, the belief statement that listening to the fan, the belief statement that listening to the fans allowed for a better season is indicative, I think, of an insight into the minds of the review tubers. There's a belief that if they critique these things, if they try to say, hey, we're liking this, we're not liking this didn't work, we thought this did, that there's a hope that it will be heard and overall heighten the quality of projects to come. So with reference to the question, the value of ReviewTube, I think that's an important, note or asterisk.
Okay, so in this, so we can't identify ourselves. Can we identify the fans? So let's pretend the fans or whatever, the way that Drinker has said here, they listened to fan feedback and they made it better. I can't identify a certain thing that they did that made it, what, by killing that person off, is that them fixing it?
So when I meant like the killing off a character, I meant in the Wheel of Time. Like there's a very fan favorite that makes it through to the end of the books, but not in the show for some reason.
Weird.
But no, so I can't think of anything like that. Like it's more, people don't like that it's leading up to this big election, that there's a huge event that must take place after the election, that they're talking about January 6th being the day that this election needs to actually be certified, or the electorate gets certified for the election. But that has been teased since like season 2. There's been like the whole political campaigns and populism that they're talking about wanting to get a non-soup pro-government into there, an anti-soup government, if you will. So, I don't know. Like, I don't disagree that the market is more saturated now with a whole bunch of things that are kind of like this, kind of subversive things. And if they're pulling from the headlines, the fact that it started in 2019, it might feel old by now. This is like 5 years of a tease of like a political campaign, and then it finally happens in this season. But I mean, they've been talking about literally this campaign since the beginning, so it feels like it was inevitable that it would have to get more political to make it so that they have this possible threat actually being in office.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I do want to say, so far, this video feels more like a video essay and not a review of season 4. Just
Yeah, it's a comment.
For sure.
Commentary.
And I think that's more what it is, but I don't know. It's not. Well, fair enough. I don't want to say what it's not. I'll let it play out and be what it is.
And raging against the machine, it was part of it. What was once rebellious, subversive, and irreverent had become just another mouthpiece for the safe, corporatized, hollow, and performative activism that it once so brutally mocked. So I wasn't exactly brimming with excitement at the prospect of sacrificing another 8 hours of my increasingly limited lifespan for the new season.
Sorry, Hydra?
I would have loved if he actually gave an example of like, see, this was how it started with this character or this event, and this is how it's going,
Well, let's
because
see
he's making this big overarching. Yeah, let's let him speak. Hopefully, he gives
Let him cook.
because I want him to give one, because this. It's good that you describe the big overall thing that you think is a problem, but if you could point to a specific, I think that would really enhance the argument.
But it is important to also add, like, for me at least, everything he's saying jives with my intuition. But also, Lucifer identifies as a smoker of meats. He's superior.
And is therefore superior. Yeah, sorry for you. Lucifer, we're watching this Barbecue Nation or something, Barbecue Wars or something on Netflix. And yeah, that makes me wonder, I need to just get a whole bunch of these Americans together and just, you guys have to make a when we do the America meetup, which is just because America is so small, I'll just go to America and all of the Americans will come to wherever I am in America, and you'll all just barbecue for me, and it'll be a contest, and you'll all win because it sounds like you're all amazing. Wow, Port is doing the whole another 10 kg of pork. Jesus, whoa.
Dude, he did like 40 pounds of bacon earlier. It's amazing.
Awesome.
I've been gazing at his meat online. It's
Also,
quite mouthwatering.
Speaking of Americans, there's Kyle. Kyle, do you smoke? Are you smoking meats? Sorry, anyway.
I'd like to wrap my lips around Lucifer's meat.
Oh my goodness.
Indeed.
Lucifer's belly meat. Okay, hold on. Let's see what's up now. Let's see. Okay, guys, we're looking out for examples. This is his meat is always smoking, boys.
Frankly, I've got better things to do with my time. But hey, maybe they managed to turn things around. I mean, Stranger Things was drinking at the Last Chance Saloon for me after a disastrously bad season 3, only for the showrunners to listen to fan complaints and come back with an absolute banger of season 4. Maybe we'd actually get something similar here. So it was off to Rotten Tomatoes for me to check out the reviews. Not the critic reviews, of course, because nobody in their right mind gives a shit what those fucking shills have got to say about anything anymore. I'm talking about the audience reviews, which is the only semi-reliable barometer for quality these days, and I mean, the audience
51 isn't that bad these days.
Compared to some other, I was about to say, like, listen, we've seen works. We've seen like critic 100% and audience 5, 10, 15%. It's been worse. Okay, yes.
I think the Acolyte was down to like 14 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It looks very high. To me, 51 looks really high now.
It's currently at 53%. The boys.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that Frenchie is gay.
He's not gay. He's always been bi. This is a former lover that he goes to. It does suck that he just scorns Kimiko for no reason.
Yeah,
but,
that's what
enough.
I got upset about. Is that I'm like, why? Kimiko's amazing. She can't just be sister now.
She is.
But okay,
Best character.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Audience scores had been gradually declining from an all-time high of 90% in season 1 to 75% by season 3, but that's kind of in line with most shows, to be fair. But there's no denying that season 4 absolutely fell off a cliff.
Okay.
That right there.
How do we know that? There's no denying for other people that not what you said. Right?
People on Rotten Tomatoes said it.
Yeah, okay, so there's a bit of...
We looked at a number.
It certainly tells the temperature of the room, though.
Yeah. It's a barometer. He did say it's a barometer.
Maybe.
So
do you have to prove
trust
how
Rotten
much
Tomatoes for anything?
Yeah. Okay, so he's a step...
I can't tell you how many times that I've heard review bombing either positive or negative, and it's like you can't trust Rotten Tomatoes.
If you watch a review and you look at the scores and it looks like a suspension bridge, you can't properly gauge that thing. People with 10s and zeros, like.
Listen, you got a squirty firecracker scene, okay? So you didn't see it. You saw the result. You didn't see the actual titty, but yeah.
Oh.
Milk
did
cannons
you?
this season, though.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he has decided that he is taking that. He's not. He's here. He did say that he's the shill part. He's not taking seriously, but the audience part, he clearly is taking seriously.
Good Lord, I don't think I've seen a fan base turn so hard on any show since Game of Thrones. Look through the reviews and you'll see page after page of absolutely brutal write-ups.
And this part's a little dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
Do watch how many edits he has in this thing. These are all reviews that are on the site, but he has a lot of cuts in here, and I happened to look it up like the day after this video was there. There's a lot more kind of positive ones that he keeps kind of cutting out to make it seem. I think he's got kind of a narrative that he's trying to roll with on this, and showing some positive ones kind of take that away.
For me, I'm with Corona Kid. That's kind of where it started falling off for me, is that it became shocking scenes loosely tied together. That's what it feels like for me. But I wouldn't call it as completely okay. Look, I did compare it to Game of Thrones falling off.
So how much of this is manifest destiny when somebody who isn't verified whatsoever gives a score of out of 5, half a star out of 5, and claims that it's bought and paid for by the Democratic Party? Now, Critical Drinker is highlighting that and featuring that in a video, so then his viewers can regurgitate the very same thing.
So
this is from a month ago, so at the most 4 episodes from season 4 would have aired.
I just don't have any respect for any of this.
Let's go to the previous. So he did show comments. Let's read.
Page after so hard on any show since Game of Thrones. Look through.
Okay, I'm a big fan of the show. Unfortunately, season 4 has gone off the rails. The first 3 seasons were excellent. They found a balance between crossing the line / shock moments and pulling the audience into the characters on an emotional level. So I'm with you on that. Season 4 is an overly disgusting, overly mean-spirited, unpleasant, and lacks any redeeming value. For me, it's overly disgusting. It's just over the top. I'm like, I feel a lot more when I watch it. The changes to Frenchie's character feels forced and inauthentic. That seemed weird, but for me, that was because I didn't see the change. I missed a couple episodes, and then Frenchie, boom, doesn't give a shit about Kimiko. It's not sister love. I love the show, and I hate to say it, but I had a difficult time getting through 4 episodes. Okay.
It seems like they actually watched the 4 episodes, though. I'll give them credit for that. I would kind of want more examples of anything that they're saying, but still, this seems a little bit more substantive.
Through the reviews, and you'll see
a self-congratulating mess, which has all the subtlety of a cat in heat. You can leave cats out of this. Claiming to be the noble rebellion, it holds all the power and privilege that have. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is the framing of it within the culture war. So that's what people are interpreting it through, instead of just, I think, the character changing, of feeling forced and inauthentic. That's my favorite kind of review actually from here, is that's what I'm feeling. It feels like it's cheap. But he is now saying, claiming to be the noble rebellion, it holds all the power and privilege that Hollywood loves to browbeat its audience with these days. Old hat, new kicks. Okay, so it's being pulled into the culture war, and I think that's because of what it has at its its contents, of course.
Page after page of absolutely
Well, so disappointed that the show has gone down in quality in writing. Really enjoyed the first 2 seasons, but season 3 was weaker. I had hoped they would turn it around, but season 4 plunged off a cliff. It's not entertaining anymore. That's normal. But people are just saying they don't like it. What's this? Boring, not light enough like the first season. I like action, not make me laugh too. Not make me laugh too.
brutal, right?
What?
Boring, not light enough like the first season. I like action, not make me laugh too.
Well, at least we spoke
So,
English.
also
While previous seasons,
saying
this is the problem. Here we go. While previous seasons would take a jab at both sides of the aisle, creating a more neutral and unbiased view of society. No, that's not what we want. You're telling us that you want representation here. Hold on. Season 4 seems to have been bought and paid for by the Democratic Party. While completely catering to the left, it has also become a soap opera that is trying so hard to ensure all characters have complete character arc this season, while at the same time making it drag on and on. Okay. So yes, but yeah, again, pulled straight into the culture
basically
war.
the
Literally, you brought in the Democrats.
same thing.
The story has lost its meaning, uncharacterized, uninspired.
General
And I want to go back.
absolutely brutal write-ups, all saying basically the same thing.
The story lost its meaning, uncharacterized, uninspired characters, and repetitive plot. The series died in 3 episodes. Okay, so he watched 3, that person. I am very disappointed at this show.
The general
You know what? Great review, guys. That's great. I'm glad you took the time.
consensus is that the show seems
The 4th season just seems mean. Okay.
Cool.
And is very boring and not entertaining at all. Even Homelander and Butcher cannot
to have
save
sacrificed
this one as they usually do. Just mean? Okay.
writing quality and smart characterization.
Needlessly edgy. That's what I feel. Needlessly edgy and engages in the same divisive tactics against the working class as the season's sisters say. It's as if conservative version of SNL made a parody of the show Stella. I think that is oversensitivity to the culture war that's coming in. For me, it's just I'm not feeling it. It's not doing a good enough job of making fun of both sides for me. So maybe it comes off
in favor of
it's just eye rolly. For me, that's just eye rolly. Sad to watch as an independent. See, what do you mean? We're watching TV. Okay, sad to watch as an independent. Scenes with Urban and his wife's son were incredible, and seeing A-Train's nephews forsake him for his fake heroics moved me. Hoping to get more wholesome and solid plot like
simplistic
that to go along with the shock value. See, okay, can you see what I mean here? The normie wise, that there is the shock stuff.
Sort of, but like you're saying that it now seems like it's so much shocking or so much more shocking. I mean, like it opens up with some girl getting exploded by like the Flash.
Yeah,
I don't know. It seems like it's been there since the beginning. Like the first season really goes over the Me Too arc, and you actually get to see somebody like pressured into being a part of the team and like what that would take. You get to see her really, I don't know, sexualized, like her costume not being made the way that she wants it to be. It feels like there's a lot of shocking things. Like a lot of the Gil stuff was on the first season. It's just a progression of that. I don't see it as more shocking than any other thing. Like I said, I think they peaked on the gross when the dude exploded in the other dude's urethra. Like I don't know.
You know what? Oh God, this requires a diagram because I need to
let's
see.
finish the video and then get to the diagram.
No,
Fair
no,
enough.
for the actual seasons, I want to see how frequently there is gore. Like, because it feels like the gore just became cheapened to me.
consider that the Flash exploding her by running through her and the Starlight sexy outfit thing, those were all plot related, what the story was about, so to speak. Whereas penis explosion is I don't think that carried
happened.
any weight with the plot, right? It was there to be there, but Huey was off doing his own stuff in that scene.
Did kind of, yeah. I mean, fair enough. You could say that that's not exactly the thing, but like in this one, Huey gets put into someone's sex dungeon, if you will, and he has to pretend to be a different character. But this is so they can get information, so they can plant bugs within a location. There is a plot reason for this. However, he didn't learn the safe word, which is
so
it leads to disastrous unforeseen events.
With what Taylor has said here, would an example of the boys' change is how Starlight's sexual assault was handled versus Huey's? So
it could be. And is that not a commentary on our society, on how we handle that? That, like, it's funny when, men get forced to go to a cell with other men and then they get taken advantage of. Like, we joke about that. How many prison jokes have you heard of?
Well, great. As someone who hasn't seen it, was the show's thesis statement that what happened to Huey was bad, or was the thesis statement that it was funny? Like, is the show cognizant enough to know what it did, or?
I would think so, but again, it's going to be open to each person's interpretation. It doesn't seem to be making a whole Me Too issue about this, but again, it is kind of like how society is. We don't really have a bunch of Me Too issues. Like, there were a couple of people that came forward during that whole thing. Like, I think now I'm blanking on who it was. I think Terry Crews came forward at one point, and people kind of emasculated him. Like, how could that dude get sexually harassed or assaulted? He's got the he could have stopped the guy. It's still not as socially acceptable. So you do see Huey very much struggling with what happened here, but they kind of knew what they were getting into because they knew where they had to plant these bugs and everything. Where in the other one, it's just somebody getting completely, in a normal working scenario, gets forced into a horrible situation where they kind of knew what was up in this. They knew that he is going to have this dungeon. You need to, I can't remember exactly why he has to go to the dungeon, but it is a different type of scenario. It's not like in order to keep your job, you have to do this. But I do think there is a certain commentary in there about how we do see it as society. And, maybe you guys don't see that. That's perfectly fine. It is subjective and it's open to interpretation.
For a reference of something I did actually see, I think it was season 2 where they made fun of the girls get it done corporate line, but then by the end of the season, they unironically say girls get it done. So from between what you're saying and what Chad is saying, I'm inclined from the girls get it done example, I'm more inclined to suspect that Chat has the take that I would find more accurate. I'm sorry. I'm like,
so I don't know that there is one take though. Like that is kind of the thing. Like, it is art. So yeah, Kripke does seem to have that. We have this comedic situation that happens, but is that not also how society views men being sexually assaulted? This is kind of funny. So I think that view is imbibed in this material that is part of our culture.
I think that it putting it there. So what you're saying is the fact that it is there and it is treated differently is a statement in itself. Whereas
I think
what I feel like, and with some of the people in chats as well, and having seen the scene, and having watched it and had the same commentary.
Like, the joke is that he can't come up with what the safe word is, and then the safe word is actually a joke itself. Where the other scene is not, okay, so you're going to put yourself in this dangerous situation, you're undercover, and that the person that's going here is part of this sex dungeon. So I don't know, like it is a completely different scenario where, one person is at a normal job and then is forced to do something where this other person goes undercover in what they know is going to happen, and
But
hilarious things result because he doesn't know this joke of a safe word. It is different.
They didn't know that it was going to be a sex dungeon. They didn't know that.
I think they do, because they kind of explain who Tech Knight is and what his proclivities are. I think they would have some sort of information on it, but fair enough. Kripke definitely, so he's the producer, the showrunner. He definitely would, in interviews, he has talked about this a lot more lightheartedly than they did about what happened in season 1. But I would say it's a little bit different.
Okay, what have I come back to? It's okay, Artem. We let's get through the
shock value and cheap political point.
Unlike the other episodes, the show reflects all lefties who see anyone right of their view as Hitler. The show is also getting degenerate off the scale, and there is no essence of a plot. The show moves only through confusion, plot holes, gore, and soft porn. That's what it feels like for me. I do feel like that. The show caters to morons who are confused about which bathroom to use. Okay, there brings it into the culture war. For me, it just feels like I would like to actually examine this more closely to identify exactly why I had this feeling. That's why I like going into in-depth sort of deconstruction.
In short, the writers have become more interested in getting their own.
So this is probably one of the most well thought and implemented perfection kind of shows to ever exist. Okay.
Personal ideology across and owning the chuds rather than actually telling.
This show is really starting to turn into Game of Thrones.
And a good story. And well, that sort of strategy never really pays off. Naturally, I was curious to get the other side of the story, so I took a look at a recent interview with showrunner Eric Kripke in The Hollywood Reporter, and he...
Did anyone watch what's it? The Big Bang Theory?
I used to.
Some of it. I'm familiar with it.
Whenever I hear Kripke, I just think of Quipke.
Yeah, that's Kripke.
He had this to say about accusations that the show had become too partisan. I clearly have a perspective, and I'm not shy about putting that perspective.
How did you digest the uglier reaction to that? I saw multiple headlines with the word woke in them. I clearly have a perspective, and I'm not shy about putting that perspective in the show. Anyone who wants to call the show woke or whatever, that's okay. Go watch something else. But I'm certainly not going to pull any punches or apologize for what we're doing. Some people who watch it think Homelander is the hero. What do you say to that? The show is
no one thinks that. I'm sorry, continue.
Subtle isn't one of them. So if that's the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. I don't think people see him as the hero. They see him as an anti-hero. They like him because he's so evil. It's a kind of thing like some people were like, they would support Joffrey because Joffrey was so horrible, or like they loved how horrible this person was because he made them feel things.
Perspective in the show. Anyone who wants to call
I would make the argument that if the showrunners and folks think people view Homelander as the hero, again, it speaks to this whole I feel like your premises are so fundamentally off that of course it's going to affect the writing, and I cannot buy into I cannot suspend my disbelief over some of your premises because they are fundamentally because they're fundamentally built on false premises. So why should I agree with the show's thesis?
Mm-hmm.
Or
so can I ask you what premises are built on false notions, and then what is the show's thesis?
That there's a massive white supremacist problem in this country.
So I don't see that as a thing. Like it does introduce Stormfront in season 2, who has a hidden past that links to Nazism, and then she's able to kind of get a small, I don't know what you'd call that, a small following. But I mean, like, dude, there was that small following in what the fuck? No,
but Homelander shoots someone in it.
I just mean, like, we saw the tiki torches. Yes, and Granted,
Jeez.
that does seem extreme, but this is a world with superheroes and shit. Like, we're already kind of suspending our disbelief that somebody could laser somebody to death. I think if somebody is all in for a, because the other part that is big in season 2 is political campaigns and populism. And that's kind of where a lot of that whole comparison to Trump came from. Is it talks about the manipulation of public opinion and Vought's efforts to put the soups essentially as national security figures. I don't know. It does also talk about immigration and xenophobia. Like, Kimiko and her brother have immigration issues, and there's kind of portrayals of like refugees, fear mongering around super terrorists. But I mean, like, this was like season 2, but it all kind of goes up to, this election that's going to happen in season 4. To me, it feels like it's a very heightened version of this world, but it's not meant to be accurate. And I don't see it as giving like the whole thesis that the left is correct, because like it really makes Vought look horrible as like the Disney type company. And then it also really makes every one of the Starlighters look bad. Like, not one of them comes off looking good. And every member of the boys looks bad. Like, every one of them is a deeply flawed character. But they still come off looking better than Homelander, who's, like the ultimate threat to the world.
Show woke or whatever, that's okay. Go watch something else. But I'm certainly not going to pull any punches or apologize for what we're doing. Some people who watch it think Homelander is the hero. What do you say to that? The show's many things. Subtle isn't one of them. So if that's the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. Why do I feel like this is rapidly becoming a tale as old as time? A show gets popular and goes mainstream, the writers get a little too overconfident and think they can use it as a platform for their own personal hang-ups, the fans start to push back against them, and instead of taking that criticism on board and responding in a constructive manner, they just say, fuck it, go watch something else, you dicks.
Okay, so keep that in mind for when we go back to our diagram where we talk about the value of this, that there is that question that Dorcas has brought up.
But I think that's also like a very dishonest framing that he just did there. Like, he said essentially the show is saying, like, if you don't like it, then fuck off. And it wasn't that. It was, the question specifically was, do you have a response to people who are calling your show woke? And that does seem like it's that one-word dismissal, that kind of buzzword dismissal of a show. And he basically said, like, yeah, okay, if you want to call it that, go ahead. You don't have to watch it, is how I interpreted his paragraph of saying it, not, hey, fuck off.
Well, here's the thing. And Charles and I have discussed the phrase, if you don't like it, don't watch it. And in the right circumstances, I don't think it's a terrible thing to say. But this guy also just said, people think Homelander is the hero. And you can see videos of other creators, with their head tilts or their neck swivels saying, if you don't like it, don't watch it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. And from at least maybe from a business perspective, no, you should want everyone to like your thing. You should want everyone to come in and buy your thing. And I think coming from the creators, it is it's being said in a uniquely aggressive and antagonistic way on an individual level.
It has resulted in very, very, very bad things when those sentences were spoken.
Right, because it's not just that phrase. It's a litany of other aggressive statements and
yeah. I think let's keep this in mind. Let's get through the video, but just one thing Paffy brought up here is we're mixing the meta commentary of the show with the show itself, and that is difficult to do because not to do because of the what it actually does in the show. It invites you to make a comparison with the real world, so it does invite itself into the culture war.
I hear what Paffy's saying, and I disagree with him vehemently because most of what is being said here is it has gotten more political. So you'd have to actually use examples from the show to say, actually, it was political here. here's another part where it's political. I don't necessarily
That's what
think
I've
that
been
this is more
asking for this
political than
whole
that.
time. All of these arguments would be so much
Give me
stronger and
example.
hit home
Yeah.
if you point out like this is exactly this character, this event is what I'm talking about.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, and that's the thing. His format is not like that. If you had Little Platoon, he would show you the whole season exactly what.
Agreed.
Yeah, Mauler would do the same thing, but this is not him. He's just giving his opinion. Yeah.
So
Right, but then
this is not a review.
But he's not calling this a review.
Okay,
It's his
thesis
video.
of this episode was what is a review? What is a review tube?
Okay, listen. So here we go. Let's just.
Reminds me of this idiot who did her level best to tank the American comic book industry and then had the balls to berate her own customers for not loving what she was doing.
And if you don't,
I think this is a bad example. So she's literally saying, if you don't like my politics, you don't have to listen. And he's not saying that at all. He's not saying, hey, it's either my way or the highway. It's how would you explain this to people calling your show woke? There is a difference.
But he's also saying they think that Homelander is the hero, and that's an aggressive and that's an
He didn't
insult.
say
I'm
everyone.
sorry.
But wait,
He
do you
didn't
think
say
Walter
everyone
White is the
thinks that.
hero? Do
He
you think
said
Tony Soprano's the
some
hero?
people.
No.
But that's like,
And again, the people aren't saying, hey, some aspects of your show are woke. The question was, how do you respond to people that are calling your show woke? And then one of the sentences in there, he said, some people even think that Homelander is the good guy. He's not categorizing everybody who doesn't like the show thinks Homelander is the good guy. He had more nuance in his actual statement, in his answer, than she is giving right here. I don't think it's a good analogy. I think, yes, they said similar things, but it wasn't to the same question. It's not, hey, what do you think of anyone who doesn't like the boys? It's, what do you think of the critics who are calling the boys woke?
Don't buy my book.
That's me told. And you girls enjoy yourself.
It's the entertainment equivalent of that asshole kid who takes his ball and flounces off home because everyone else won't play the game the way he wants them to. It's this weird narcissistic sense of entitlement amongst creatives these days that everyone should just unconditionally support and agree with you because you're such a paragon of wisdom that there's no possibility you could ever be wrong about anything. The problem, Eric, is that other people don't always think exactly the same way we do. They don't always share our beliefs, parrot our opinions, mirror our viewpoints on every topic. And that's okay, because people are allowed to have different points of view. A smart, humble, and creative writer finds ways to bridge the gap between all these different groups through the unifying concept of good storytelling.
Okay, so that's what we want, I would say.
A bad writer, on the other hand, tries to hammer home his opinions on his audience with sheer brute force, and then gets angry and resentful when they push back against it.
So that's kind of what that implies. That implies that that's what he thinks they're doing in this season.
So what about I put my hands up is resentful and fights back? I put my hands up. I would take that as, well, what am I going to do? That doesn't sound like resentful and fighting back to me.
We're not going to talk.
I just think the way that he's characterizing his answer there is, I don't know. It feels like he's taking him out of context and equating him to this other thing of like, I don't know. It feels like it's an unfair thing, and he keeps adding words to what he's saying as if like it's, you have to agree with this. There's only one point of view, where he didn't say that. It's, what would you say to people who called your show woke? Well, you don't have to watch it.
I'll let you decide which one you used to be and which one you are now. Also, it's interesting watching the discourse around the boys on social media, which I can best summarize as, the boys used to be smart and fun, now it's all about pushing politics and nothing else. Cry harder, chuds. Don't you know this show was always making fun of people like you?
Fucking didn't exactly hear him call anyone chud or say that this show was always making fun of you.
There were people saying that. I saw those memes.
What's wrong?
In my,
Look, you're face palming in here.
Yeah.
This is you face palming.
It's gonna be okay, sir.
It's because I agree with what Drinker is saying. I saw a lot of memes and stuff of people saying
he's presenting it in the case where the creator of the show is he's paraphrasing it as if the creator of the show is saying that, but memes are not the creator of the show, so it's confusing. He's done a masterful job of it, but it's coming off to a viewer as if, oh, the guy who created the show is telling me to fuck off.
But congrats on the cameo, man.
Thank you. Can we go back a couple of sentences?
Yeah.
Don't you know there's something else?
Yeah, this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Cry harder, chuds. Don't you know this show was
Yeah, a bit
always
before
making
this.
fun in the
So I wanna
discourse
hear-
around the boys on social media, which I can best
No,
summarize
he
as
said social media. He didn't say it sounds like he's clarifying here. The discourse on social media,
Okay,
which
yeah.
invokes the memes that I have seen, and like,
But that's
Which
from
is
other
part of
viewers
the-
who have different opinions than you. So what the fuck is he talking about then? He just said people that have different opinions, like people
mean-
on the Discord.
it's their opinion that
That you encountered.
It's different.
I mean,
He's
no,
defeating his own argument.
How? What do you mean?
Go back further where he says that
okay.
what the creator said.
Dorcas?
Sorry, my brain is short-circuiting right now.
He's criticizing the discourse, yes, but he's also saying that the creator of the show is pushing his opinions on you, which he did not do. But the discourse is us having an opinion, and that's a problem. But I thought he was okay with everybody having an opinion, and that's okay that we all have different opinions. So what's the problem? What are we complaining about?
If the writers of the show are injecting their meta opinions into the show,
but
yeah,
they're
my
not.
brain is short.
They're being accused of being woke, and the guy is saying, "Oh, what do? I just shrug my shoulders." He's essentially saying, "I put something out there. They're misinterpreting it. What am I supposed to do with it?"
Okay. Yeah. Let's get to it.
The boys used to be smart and fun. Now it's all about pushing politics and nothing else. Cry harder, chuds. Don't you know this show was always making fun of people like you?
Sheer fucking hubris.
Okay, let's get this over with. Yes, most people with functioning brain cells knew exactly what this show was and where its political sympathies lay. Nobody in their right mind looked at Homelander as a misunderstood hero that represented the voice of the masses.
True.
Nobody looked at Stormfront and thought, you know what, she's got a point there. Nobody clapped and cheered when the Deep forced himself on Starlight, and it's complete
Also
gaslighting
true.
to suggest otherwise. The show was never particularly subtle about its politics or what it expected its audience to take from it.
Yes, I agree with that. That's
agree
definitely
as well.
that's why
Literally what Kripke said in his thing, though. I just pulled it up just so that I could have it, but he literally said, like,
it's not subtle.
I clearly have a perspective. I'm not shy about putting the perspective into the show. Anybody that wants to call the show woke or whatever, that's okay. Go watch something else. But I'm certainly not going to pull any punches or apologize for what we're doing. Some people who watch it think Homelander's the hero. What do you say to that? The show's many things, but subtle isn't one of them. So if this is the message you're getting from it, I just throw up my hands. I don't get that he's saying that he's better than everyone, which is the way that Drinker keeps like framing this. That like, it's always been political.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I think that part is about the viewers, not about the creator.
So, like, what does that matter?
Specifically,
well, the viewer versus the creators is very important.
How you interpret it has nothing to do with what they're putting out there.
Well,
he's judging season 4 on 0-star ratings on like how much verification do you get from those people?
But it is they are literally taking the time to say what they felt of that.
Well, then their opinion is perfectly valid. If they've never seen it, just wanted to put it.
I mean, here's the thing.
I could take the time and review something I've never looked at in my life and just type
that's
0-star.
But
rating.
There's
he's not
that's a
reviewing.
problem.
He's not reviewing season 4 as far as I can tell, and the audience telling me that I thought Homelander was the hero, that's not an opinion. That is just that is projection. I never once thought Homelander was the hero.
And he's not necessarily ascribing it to you. He's vaguely saying that there are people
Yeah,
that.
he would just said some people who watch it think Homelander is the hero. What do you
I
say to
guess-
that?
I
You
think
didn't
what
say
he's
everyone
saying,
who
And then-
calls it
Yeah,
woke is saying
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I
but
think
the
you're-
audience, the memes, the people on Reddit
That's
and
where-
so
yeah.
on were saying that with that intention, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, so they
And
were
it
taking
always
it
irked
into.
me because it was
Yeah,
so false. It was
So they took-
farcical how false
they took it. They took it into the culture war, and they said, no, this is this has always been a win against you. When it's like, no, this is what I'm feeling is that it's not even about, oh, it was on this side and now it's on this side, and that's why I don't like it. Which seems like a lot of the viewers, we saw that the Democratic Party, all of that bullshit. That discourse does seem wrong to me.
It
But
would
for
be a
me,
little
it's
bit different if it was financed exclusively by the Democratic Party. Yeah.
I just think that it's not as good at getting its message across as it was before. That's all I'm saying. But people have muddied it with it was this and now it's this, and it's woke and it's not woke. And what I get from the guy's statement is he's saying people interpret this however they interpret it, and that's it. So it's kind of like they're not understanding the real critique, which I think is what's happening with the story, dudes. Like, it seems kind of shallow with just, here's a shocking scene, blah blah blah, here's a shocking scene, blah blah blah. And yes, we disagree on that, but let's continue. Let's go.
The difference, though, is that for the first couple of seasons at least, it was actually fun and entertaining because the creative focus was still on the story and characters. And believe it or not, people can be surprisingly receptive to your political ideas when they're smartly presented and wrapped up inside an entertaining product.
See, I agree with that.
That is
That's
true.
what
I've
I'm
experienced so much of that in all sorts of different video games. Yep. That is very,
I
very
agree with the sentiment. However, when he's saying that like that's not there in season 4, I disagree. We have new characters that are introduced. We have a further understanding of a whole bunch of characters. Like Homelander, you get this completely new understanding of what he went through as a child, what would create Homelander. With a lot of the existing characters, they're going through something. This entire season, the whole theme is on self-reflection. Almost every person has some sort of interesting aspect of themselves that they're really thinking about. I don't agree with him that he's saying that there is no more character development or anything like that in this season. It's different than the first season, but you know the characters more, so you have more of a shorthand. You can kind of get right into the issues. But there's some really interesting things that they do, not only like with the camber, but
if
way
it
that
didn't
everyone
how
is
would we know
reflecting on.
if there was no character development? Like the whole our benefit. I'm going to speak for myself. I just do that. My beneficial, like I'm going to steelman his position. Whole argument was that he's going to talk about how he threw away the audience, but you can't say no character development if you haven't seen it, because who could tell you that maybe you missed the character development? You haven't seen it, so you can't be sure. You could technically say, well, it's not so different from what I've seen, but yeah, it's not the same.
It's not as good for me. That feels it feels not as good. I can't point to it yet. I am thinking, let's do a rewatch, boys. And
Okay, but
all
how
kinds
much
of things,
of Ford
'cause I want
have
to-
you watched? You said that you've seen like parts of it, so I don't think that. So I guess that would be one question in the review that I'd want to know if we're going back to the other diagram. How much of something do you need to see to review it?
We're almost there.
Yeah.
But again, I don't feel like Critical Drinker at any point has said this is how season 4 was or is. I felt he was very clear in saying, I watched seasons 1 through 3. Here's what my expectations for 4 are. Therefore, I am not going to watch it. Because this is
I think
the
that's a
trend that I
very
have
charitable way of explaining what he's said so far.
heard.
People can empathize with characters that embody ideas they don't normally support, as long as those characters are well written and likable. People are even capable of laughing at themselves when you point out the more
Very much
absurd
so.
or extreme elements of their worldview.
That's what I was laughing at in like the first few seasons. Well, that is pretty funny.
Provided you do it in a way that's actually funny and insightful. In each of these cases, though, the primary focus should always be on entertaining your audience instead of lecturing or pandering to them, and I think this is where The Boys has finally come unstuck. The more strident and blatant your messaging becomes, the less entertained people are going to be, and the more of your audience you end up pushing away. Instead of uniting them with entertainment, you end up dividing and alienating them with politics. And well, I hope it was all worth it, Eric. I hope it was worth tanking your franchise, tarnishing your legacy, and turning your own customers against you, all for the sake of some cheap political theatre that's going to be forgotten as soon as your show's over. I hope all those pats on the back that you and your fellow writers have given yourselves make you feel better when the show inevitably gets cancelled. And no, I don't think I will be watching season 4 of The Boys after all. Quite frankly, I've got better things to do, and I suspect you do as well. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Go away now.
All right.
Before we go away, can you go to like the top comments on that thing? Because that's what kind of struck me is like, okay, maybe these are not the same ones that it showed mine. I think
Well,
there's
yeah,
a
the one
sort
that
by
you
top.
saw. How can you criticize something you haven't watched? That was one
Yeah,
of
and
the
then
top
that's got
ones.
like, what is it, like 17k upvotes or something like that. And then I think there's a couple other
7.3k.
ones.
Brother says the season is bad, but
Oh,
doesn't watch
that's
the
his own
season.
audience. That's not great. Ooh.
I will now write a thesis on a subject I quickly Googled. Just came back here after the last episode of season 4 to say this dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Haven't watched it, won't be watching it. There, saved you 8 minutes. There, that's the one that you were talking about. Yeah, I think that's the worst part of this is that it's kind of like it's the title that made people think he's reviewing it, but actually he's saying he's not watching it. Whereas I would expect this title to be The Boys season 4, why I'm not watching it. That's what I would.
It would have saved so
Yeah.
much if you just did that. Then it would still be like,
Sure.
maybe you should watch it because it's not actually what you're talking about. It doesn't. I know it does seem like that, but I disagree because I watched it. But you would have saved so much with that title.
I understand it's only an 8-minute video, but man, like he throws out that like the characters have no development. He doesn't give any examples. He throws out that it's extremely partisan. Doesn't give any examples. He says like it's season 4 fell off a cliff. Doesn't really explain why. He says it's all about the messaging that's in there. Doesn't explain what that messaging is. Says that it's all political theater. Doesn't explain that. I wish there was some sort of explanation of it. I understand that he doesn't like it. It feels like it is subjective. Like I said, I really didn't like 2. And then for some reason, when I had to watch 2 and 3 again, for some reason 3, I started liking it again. I get it. Like everything is subjective, and perhaps it's, where you're at currently. And perhaps it is the fact that we're in this extremely political season that it feels different. But I don't know, from having to watch them back to back to back within the last few months, it doesn't feel to me like it's inherently more political. It feels like this always was leading up to an election. And now this is the season with the election. I don't know. It feels like it's the same message. It's actually some better character development. Again, Homelander's episode where it kind of shows his
Look who's
backstory.
here.
It's really amazing.
Hey.
Hey.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Welcome, sir.
I had some free
We
time.
missed you. Yay. Thank you so much for coming past. Guys, you
My
remember
day is
Fox
already
Room?
brighter.
Good Lord. Good to see
Yeah, I
you.
remember that guy. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thank
just
you.
hold on. To the I think that the most interesting comment to me here are the ones that are like what still watches the Acolyte. That is pretty funny because it's like you know what it does to me is that I can see why you wouldn't watch this because actually you did like it before. Whereas with Star Wars, you're
Yeah,
kind
you
of
can take the
it's
new
done.
nonsense bullshit that
Yeah.
you don't like, but you don't want to see the one that you like to turn it into something that you do. Okay,
Nice.
okay. Cameron beat everyone to the comment section.
You'll notice review is not in the title. There you go. There's Pixel Sheep says he's not criticizing. You'll notice review isn't in the title. pro tip: don't give a shit for the public's opinion about shows and other media. Like felt it hits your interest, check it out. Did you enjoy it so far? Then keep watching. No pressure. I purposely ignored all opinions on season 4 and watched it all at my own will. And I must say, it made the experience much more enjoyable. So here's somebody that Real Valcor has expressed kind of where I think Charles wants the audience to go, which is just fucking watch shit for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with
it's
that,
a little bit
as far
different
as
if you're doing like a
streaming-
review tube thing,
The
because like
problem-
you'd actually make money off of reviewing anything that's popular. So it makes sense why review tube would be doing it, but I don't know.
Well,
it just
the
is weird. Like,
problem
why
with-
watch something you hate?
Foxer?
The problem with just watch it yourself and make your own opinion is that by having a subscription, I mean, if you already have the subscription to the streaming service that it's on, right? Maybe, but even then, they use watch time, they use views, they use these metrics, right? For further funding, right? When you go and see a movie, right? You like whether or not they make another movie, a sequel, is based off of box office. It's not based off of, I mean, if a movie made $1 billion and everyone hated it, I think they would make a second one.
True.
You know, so Very just likely, going to see yeah. it, just going to see it yourself, is not going. If you have opinions on the way what kind of movies and TV shows you'd like to see, then supporting things that are anti that don't make sense.
I mean, like,
a good example
so
of this
Kidda
is
brought
The
up,
Boys.
like,
I hate The Boys. I hate The Boys in concept. I hate
He
the
didn't like it
entire
from the
thing.
beginning. Yeah.
Don't like the thing
enough.
because I am sick and tired of the cynicism and deconstruction, and I just want honest, forthright, good stories, and enough of this bullshit of oh, what if the good guys were actually the bad guys? I'm over it. It's garbage. I'm so over it. I've been over it for years.
Don't
So,
know
like,
if that's
if
the only
you-
message.
if
It's kind of
other
everyone's
people-
a bad guy.
Oh, sure, whatever. Same thing. Honestly, same
still.
thing. If you like it, I'm not saying that somehow this is a reflection on you. You're not in the same space I am. I'm just
Yeah,
talking
for
about
sure.
me.
But Kidda brought up Big Bang Theory like a while ago. Yeah, like I've seen a few episodes for me. It's not for me, I should say. I'm not going to like insult anyone that likes it. Like, yeah, I've got some
You
family
could.
members that like love that show for some reason. I don't know. They try to explain it to me, and it's like, okay, I get it. Like, it's not for me. But I can't see watching that show just to like hate it. Like, I don't know. I think I'd just rather.
Well,
not
are you
watch
watching it
or
to
if I
hate it,
have
or are
to.
you? Well, no. Okay,
No.
let's say here you think
That's what I
it-
mean. I
it's
don't like
somehow
it, so I
bad.
don't watch it.
No, but let's say here you think that there's something that's bad about it, and then you want to talk about that. Well, don't you have to watch it to talk about it?
I would say yeah.
Okay,
I'm
Yeah.
not
well,
talking
there
about
you
it.
go.
Like, I only
You
brought
know
it up
that you're
because
not going to
Kidda
like
brought
it,
it up.
but you want to be
today.
informed, so you watch it.
Okay, so listen.
Uh,
So yeah.
So this
So I'm just
whole,
not
this
talking
whole
about it
But you're
if you
bringing-
don't
wait.
like it, don't watch it is the worst argument I've ever heard.
Wait,
I
what
mean,
you're
if
saying?
you're
No, what
talking
you're
about no, if you're talking about someone like having a positive effect on their entertainment, then sure, yeah, of course, just find stuff you like and watch that. If you are beyond that point, if you are talking
That's
about
literally all I'm saying.
yeah.
Well,
then
you're
that's
making
fine.
it sound
If
like you're going in.
talking about. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my one thought out, and then, if what you're doing is you want to be a critical thinker and you want to encourage other people to be critical thinkers, then and you want to have discussions on whether or not something is good or bad, right? Or how well something was made or how poorly it was made, then you have to watch it. You have to have a standard. You have to all of these things, right? So
just don't watch it if you don't like it is the worst advice for a critical thinker ever. Especially if, like, let's say here you love Star Wars and you're telling them, oh, you don't like current Star Wars, just don't watch it. It's like, no, I want what you want to give it your time. You want to be a critical thinker. You want to like watch stuff. You want to have discussions. So you're just like, I didn't enjoy, you're not enjoying
you just said
something.
Before you're over The Boys, you know what it's about, and you're not going to watch it.
That's me personally. I'm not interested.
That's
I'm not
all
interested
the argument is for. It's for
I'm not
like I
interested.
literally prefaced it with, "Hey, if you're reviewing something, like I understand why you would go ahead and watch this."
No,
but
that's
for
a
your
reviewer.
own personal
But
pleasure,
if you're talking,
yeah, but
if
for your
you're
own
on a-
personal
like, no,
pleasure,
let's say
like why
you're-
would you
you're-
watch it?
Okay, for your
So-
own personal pleasure. That is the one corner of discussion. But this whole thing, this whole I'm looking at doing a think on ReviewTube, and the point about all of this is in that space. You can say, like people just looking to enjoy stuff, and they're only looking for positive stuff. I don't think they need to be told that they're already. If all you're doing is looking for stuff you like, you don't need to be told. Well, okay, no, that's not true. There are some people that do need to be told you don't have to watch everything. You can just watch the stuff you like. And there are times when it is good to drop a show. Blane's Escape Corner, he's gone and talked at anime conventions, and that's one of the things that he talks about is like when to drop a show, because there are some people with compulsions to finish stuff even though they're not liking it. And for the people who are just looking for stuff they like, that comment is for them. For everyone else, and it's certainly inside of the ReviewTube, that comment is anti-critical thinking. It's anti-intellectual.
Not necessarily. So I've heard what you said, but it could be critical thinking to say, hey, I see no value in watching this show further. I get no entertainment from it. I don't think that would be anti-critical thinking, but nobody put this towards ReviewTube. It was literally just a statement of why watch something that you don't like.
No, listen, hold on. Maybe this will help. There was a YouTuber who I watched for a long time that was very unique, and I love what they were doing. And as more as they got famous, they moved from YouTube to Twitch. They started to doing different things, and instead of doing the long form, very in detail narrative playthroughs that they used to do, where they would get into every little nitty gritty and slowly work themselves through the game, they became this Twitch streamer that just rushes through the newest titles. We gotta do it quickly because the next thing is coming out tomorrow. Play it, and they leave crucial items behind, they leave story behind, they constantly get mad at chat, whatever, they have to Google Wikipedia because they don't understand what they're supposed to be doing, and some of their game experience is even ruined because they leave stuff like the parry item, and then they fundamentally cripple their understanding of the story. Whenever they were told about like, hey, you are no longer popular, you are losing views because of this, because you threw away your audience, is changed very much, and this not only impacts your popularity and what kind of bracket of viewers you engage in, but also what people are saying about you and what you're doing. His response always was, if you don't like me, don't watch me. And the problem with this is a lot of people still watched it because sometimes there was this little hint of his old self from 8 years ago peeking through. Sometimes that was little hint of, this can actually go, this playthrough can actually go really well. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. And then it went down the shitter almost immediately. There were still good moments, and it was sometimes close to being enjoyable, but not there. And every single time anyone tried to help him or tried to change something, he would go, why are you still here? If you don't like me, don't watch me. So I very much sympathize with Andrew's sentiment about this particular form of argument being overused when it shouldn't be. It is true that people shouldn't anti-fan or dedicate valuable amount of their free time to things they know in advance they are going to hate. But at the same time, you can't just use this and get away with it constantly. There are times when you have to listen, and there are times when people will watch and know will dislike, but they will still do it to try to give feedback or something else. There are other goals when watching something than just personal entertainment.
Okay, I think that's... Yeah, sorry, go, Dorcas.
Right. If I may interject, and then we'll get to these wonderful questions. It seems to me that there are several different tiers or contexts in which the phrase "don't like it, don't watch it" can be applied, and and it also, I think, depends on the intention that the person is saying it with. Like, I don't necessarily think it is appropriate for the creators, the powers that be of these IPs, to say, if you don't like it, don't watch it, because I think it's going to feel aggressive, and I think it's a bad business decision. You should, as a creator, want to let everyone in to have your product take their money. Then there's the more individual level. Yes, if you are doing something that you are not enjoying or that is not bringing you joy, yes, don't do that. But then there's the if I've fumbled.
So you've identified here is creators shouldn't say that. So the creator, it's probably not good for the creator to be saying that. But then there's people who are individuals, let's say, who say it, who are avoiding, like individuals say, like Foxroo here, that are who are making a choice.
Right. There are critics and reviewers and people who view watching these things that they don't like as an intellectual endeavor, who want to problem something that I fumbled. Sorry, guys.
So individuals who are making a choice not to watch it based on intellectual reasoning, and then there are other people that literally aren't even doing that. They're just listening to other people.
I think that if you always included, because really it shouldn't be said that often, if you always included something to the effect of, if you are compulsively watching this for entertainment and you are not enjoying it, then you can stop.
Obviously,
this
you
is
should
your
stop.
chance.
Almost
This is your chance
everyone
to
should be able
stop.
to get behind that thought.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is
It's
your chance to
okay.
stop.
Okay.
Just make your opinion final. Maybe even write it down, and then let yourself stop watching it. If
Okay.
if you
does
did something to that effect, where like, and you're just helping someone who is like doing this only for entertainment, and you're just like trying to help that one person out, or those few people out that are like that, and you let it be known. Because honestly, whenever I hear that, I think it is being, what is it? What I hear when I or the subtext I hear is that the subtext I hear when people say that is, I don't want people complaining about this thing. Do not think critically about this. Do not complain. Just stop. Just
That's
go
what it's
away.
used
Let
to. Shut
people
it down. Yeah.
enjoy what they're going to enjoy.
Make this into
That's
a
what I
bubble where
hear.
everyone's only positive. No negative critique. Welcome. If you don't like it, we would like everyone who disagrees with us to leave the room. Basically.
Well,
That's
I would
what
just
I
like
hear.
to point out that
They
that's
don't
adding a
want
whole
any
bunch of
pushback.
intention to it, and that is adding a whole bunch of. You're calling it subtext, but I never meant it that way. I don't
Okay,
secretly
sure.
think that. I wasn't using this, so that is unfair. When I
Okay.
literally prefaced it with, okay, if you're doing reviews of this, that makes perfect sense. And I again pointed out where, hey, what you're saying is very uncharitable, where you're saying the only way to critically think about something is to watch it. I disagree. I have critically thought about, Big Bang Theory. I've decided that I don't like the character of Leonard. I don't like his relationship with Penny. I don't like the whole Cheesecake Factory thing.
Right.
I don't
And
like the
these
layout
are
of the
based off of
apartment.
clips
I
that
don't
you've
like the
seen,
interaction
right?
between them. No,
And
it's because I
intuition.
actually watched a good portion of the first season and then probably up
Okay.
to some of the third.
Okay.
But I realized this isn't the show for me. I'm not getting entertainment
Sure.
out of this. I'm not getting any sort of enjoyment. all I'm doing is thinking like, this is really bad. Like, wow, if it
So
didn't
you
have
don't-
a laugh
okay.
track right there. But what I got is I didn't personally enjoy it, so I don't watch it. I don't think there's
Okay.
anything wrong with that. But you keep
No.
putting these intentions like I'm saying nobody can enjoy it or nobody can
Ah.
critique it.
The
Go ahead.
difference-
I just realized that I don't care about it, so I'm
Okay,
not
sure.
going to talk
the,
about it.
the difference
I'm not gonna
between Big Bang Theory and Star Wars, that Star Wars as a brand has existed way longer and means, I think it's fair to say, means way more to a large swath of people than Big Bang Theory did.
I hear what you're saying, Dorcas, and I agree with you. I would, however, also say though that before that you just said what you said, I also when after I got mad and I said what I said, I brought up a counterexample in Blaine's Escape Corner. I said this statement, this idea at the very least, can be used in a positive sense and does have a place, right? I also said that every time I hear it, being every other time I hear it, I guess what is what I mean. Every other time I hear it, it's being used without the nuance. It's being used in the sense that like just hearing negative criticism. It's almost actually it's being used in conjunction, being brought up in conjunction with reviews.
Yes.
Like,
well, that
like if
that's
people
what we're
are
talking-
if people and like Dorcas was saying, people who are invested in Star Wars, right? And then they're like, this is Star Wars is my thing, right? And so they want not everybody saw Solo. Basically nobody complains about that because very few people saw it. Now, it actually, from what I understand, would have been a commercial at least six, would have broke even at the very least if they didn't reshoot the movie like 70% of the movie or something at the 11th hour, whatever it was. But very few people complain about that movie, I'm guessing, because the people who actually saw it didn't find it that objectionable. And whatnot, but like overall, most people just didn't watch it. People don't generally have to be told if you don't like it, don't watch it. They just already do that. So generally speaking, that's the case. So when I hear it, and I hear it repeated a lot, not just you, all over the place, well, from certain people in certain groups repeatedly, it's in conjunction with reviews, and it's not being directed specifically the way Blaine's Escape. I never even thought about it before. I just something that just connected when I was talking.
Okay, what's going on, guys? What's going on? What is going on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I brought it up because the phrase irritates me.
Okay, so that's okay. This is news. So for me, what we're doing here is ReviewTube, and ReviewTube does seem to upset a lot of people. Okay, we had you know what? Let's go to the grievances so that we can do it. Okay, so we can air it all out. So everybody gets to vent. So instead of what is allowed, well, actually, what is allowed is what we're going to stick with. Okay. So
Okay.
I've got who can review, who can listen. These are joke questions because all of us should agree that actually everyone can review, but not everybody's going to listen to you. Okay. Everybody who watches something can say what they think about it. Sorry, that's just the way it is. We did talk about review versus critique. You can't. One thing here is, considering what Charles was saying, is you do need to have some sort of expertise in order to critique. So that's not an anyone can do it kind of thing, or at least
experience.
It's experience. So at least if you're doing it, you're opening yourself up to critique. So if you put your critique out, I think if you put any of your if you put any of your opinions out there on the internet, they're gonna get counted.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Waffles, versus pancakes. It's gonna happen. Okay. So
French
so
toast.
who can review anything in the world?
Charles is
Anyone
correct.
who has anyone who has internet and can speak and can type. Okay, cool. Who can listen? Anyone who has internet and can read, and possibly not even people that they can hear. Cool, we good with
Not
that.
even in some
Okay.
cases.
And what reviews
You
are
said
allowed?
AI voices now. You don't even have to speak.
So exactly. So the joke is, okay, what is allowed is the ones that I like are the only ones that are allowed. But let's go. This is the joke question, but actually, what we'll turn this into is the grievances. Okay. Let us now talk about our grievances against ReviewTube. You know, it will even have its own branch. Okay, grievances. What is the grievances? And let's just all go ham. Who won? Okay, great. Grievance. Let's go.
Are we just going one at a time, or
Yeah.
am I
just
supposed to list out every grievance? Okay, I think
Every
overly
single
harsh or overly glowing reviews, either extreme negativity or positivity, without substantial reasoning behind it, it really undermines the credibility of a critique.
Okay.
Funny,
I
I think
think
I
that,
said to
yeah.
Hydra. It's funny. I think I said to Hydra earlier today. I've been looking at motherboards for a computer, and I was like, I don't trust any of the 5 stars, and I don't
Yeah,
trust the 1
exactly.
stars. I stick to 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Did you say
But
without
of course,
evidence?
that's
I think I said substantial reasoning, but substance.
Okay. Yeah, without substance. Okay. So it's overly harsh.
I think a
slash
good
overly
example is that I watched a bit of your video, your latest video on that Star Wars person, and then I actually watched their video just in and of itself. And I have to agree that they were not articulate. They made a lot of claims and they didn't back up what they were saying. It was very
They're not
much
the only ones. Like,
yeah,
hers was kind of chosen out of random, but a lot of them are kind of those buzzword things. Like, this is the worst. This is incompetent writing. This is woke.
I would
this
say
is the
that
gayest. It's
what
clownish.
she was saying,
This is
I would say what she was saying wasn't necessarily using buzzwords, but they kind of become buzzwords when you don't articulate what you mean.
It's empty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that
let's
when you don't explain what you mean, you just say something is bad, then the word bad becomes kind of almost arbitrary and hollow.
Okay, so Gray, we still on Gray's one. So Gray is it that is you're saying stuff like it is just describing it as good or bad. Like
yeah, I think something to back up, like the assertions or
isn't
whatever.
enough. Yeah. You want something to back up assertions. And you know what we did notice that there were no, like for instance with our case study tonight, yes, that doesn't mean the critical drinker never does this, as in like he never gives us reasons for why something.
It's falling down
but
one. He loves that movie, and it helped me see it from like a completely different perspective. It's really awesome when he does like take the time to back it up and show it, and he has before. And it's kind of hard because I think he likes to keep it to like 5 to 8 minutes.
He really
doesn't.
Be
tough to back up like everything in that time.
Yeah,
I think keeping it short, widens the accessibility for people.
Yeah, well, he is,
and I was just talking.
Yeah,
I was just talking to my son about this concept today. Like Twitch has this concept called spoons, and it's kind of like this artificial, like metric of cognitive load, cognitive processing ability, and so the problem with whenever you're long, people run out of spoons and they'll make all kinds of accusations like you're unfocused, you're a lot of times you'll hear people say they're repeating themselves, and then you're like, well, wait a minute, what part are you talking about? And they're like, well, I haven't watched it. And it's like, okay. And so then people make assumptions, or they lose track or whatever. So And when you list out 9 things, they'll highlight on the weakest one that you brought up. They won't focus on all of the good stuff you said. They'll focus on the one bad thing that you said. And so that becomes kind of their impression of your whole review or your video or whatever. And so I think that, even Mahler has criticized Critical Drinker for being too short. So what ends up happening, is Critical Drinker tries to keep his videos to that 10 to 20 minute range, especially when it's a focused topic and not like a broad kind of like talking about something. But he'll I have a question. When he's broadly talking about, like, especially a positive movie, talking about like Star Trek, he's really passionate about the Star Trek movies, and he can go on and on about those. But this is what I was thinking of when I said that. But like, if he's giving just a short, he wants to condense it down, so he'll omit specific details and just give his either claims or conclusions and not all of his work, because he's trying to give that sweet spot where like people are going to watch and like the video. Not that he doesn't have further thoughts, not that he's trying to mislead anyone. I've seen both his shorter videos and his longer discussions, and they largely are the same. They're just the larger videos are the longer discussions are more articulated. They have more nuance. They have, and sometimes his videos, like, to give credence, to the other side, sometimes his videos can be hyperbolic.
Well, yeah,
and
because
yeah, exactly. And so when you listen to his longer videos, you don't hear those larger claims in those longer discussions. So it's like, is he lying? Is he being hyperbolic? It's like, has he changed his mind? I mean, there's all these kinds of things, but like, just making a claim based off of a short video, I feel like, is just as disingenuous as perhaps selecting looking at a review, looking at a list of reviews and cutting out all of the positive ones. He could very well mean that he wants to show all of the negatives and what the negative people are saying, and not say, hey, I'm not crazy. There are a lot of negative ones, and these are the ones that are saying. But in the same sense, by not showing everything, he does create a kind of view that it's only negative, that the positives aren't there, that that people don't have verbose things to say positively about the show. He loses either
Sorry
way.
to interrupt, but
this
is just bursting out of me, because don't clip that. Because the drinker has his podcast that he does with Mahler. Why am I blanking on the name all of a sudden? The happy hour.
Open bar.
It's open bar. Yeah.
Yes. So, Gray, for all of your criticism of his recent video, if there were a tag at the end of his boys video where he says something to the effect of, I discuss this in more detail on Open Bar, come check it out, would that mitigate any of your criticisms of his video?
Maybe if he actually would talk about those particular points, the fact that he's saying there's no character development, the partisanship, the messaging that it's putting forward, the political theater, how he says that it fell off a cliff without watching it. Yeah, I mean, like that would kind of help some of it, but it wouldn't make that video any more effective to me. It would be like, okay, I guess that's cool that he explains it somewhere else, but I don't know. I wish that it was backed up with these assertions that are essentially put forth.
Well, as far as
one example would have helped. One example.
I love nuance. I love longer form content, so I'm always going to argue for it. But I also have to understand what other people, what's effective and good for other people. And unfortunately, just what is it? I think that if he made that video that would appeal to you, it wouldn't appeal to other people, and people are still going to misunderstand him anyway. That's what I've learned, over the course of my, these past 2 years, is that, you can try all you want. That doesn't mean people are going to understand you. People can still come away with describing what you've said in a way that just does not, like, you don't even recognize it. And I even saw this happen when Mahler was talking to Adam from Sitch and Adam. What is it? Mahler described something, and then Adam repeated it afterwards, and Mahler stopped and was like, "Whoa, how did you even come away with that's what I was trying to say?" He was baffled by the summary that Adam gave. And so,
and I'm kind of feeling that way right now, just because that's not what I've said at all about Drinker's video. It's that, I mean, if you look at the top comments on there, there's 17K on the first one, 17,000 upvotes, excuse me, saying like, yeah, you're doing a review on a show that you haven't watched. If he's gonna say like this show is doing all these things and this is why I'm not watching it, it'd be cool if there was like some sort of backing up of the claim. Like, I'm not saying that he's lying or that I'm misunderstanding him or that he's being misunderstood. I'm saying there isn't an explanation there. It wouldn't really change my view on this video, but I would hope that he did that. I know I watched one of the open bars around this time and they didn't go further into it. So I don't know if he has on another episode.
Okay.
But I don't know. It doesn't really change my feelings on this video is the thing.
Yeah, that's the principle of the video. You're saying, like, imagine if you diagrammed this video by itself, you would find it lacking. Remember, if we're just looking at it just as the concept itself, you would be like, hey, there's no evidence given. Sources, that's your response there. So that is your one critique. Overly harsh without substance. So good or bad, I think even if it is overly, even if it's mid and you're saying, oh, well, it's okay, I think you would still want substance for why it's okay. I think that's really, but the most irritating thing for you, it seems like, if we're airing the grievances, is overly harsh, overly positive. So going to the extreme, going to the hyperbolic without even giving substantiation, right? So that's why Gray wants. That's why I just wrote Gray wants you to show your work. So just explain to him why.
Number one for me.
Yeah.
Thanks for summing it up that way.
Yeah. So what about? Yeah.
No, go on.
Hello. What about? Is there anything else? Is that your main one? I mean, look, we want to go to other people as well, but
that's my main one. Let's move it around, but I do have quite a few. I think I've got a list of like 15. So yeah, no big deal.
Okay, let's give us another one. Your second one. What the fuck is this?
Lack of context. Charles? Like, it would be very easy to fail to consider the context within the genre, the director's style, the cultural background, and I think you could get really unfair criticism if you're not going to include any sort of context for something.
Okay, so exclusion of context. So sorry, wording. I'm sorry, I was distracted by this. What the fuck is this?
It says passcode. Don't worry about it.
No, guys, you have to talk. Oh, Kitty Wardrobe change quote. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. Okay, exclusion of context. And
it could be like, yeah, it could be in the story, it could be in the genre, it could be the director's style, it could be the cultural background that this is going to. I just think a lot of times, a lot of criticism gets. I was freaking out that I thought that was my dog. It is not my dog.
Oh, that's sorry, my dog. Sorry.
There's a lot to say.
No problem, man. I was just like, wait, no, they're at my feet. They're not barking. Sorry, just a lack of context really kind of screws me up sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So creator, is this good enough? What I've written here: story, genre,
Yeah,
cultural
good
background
enough for
of
that.
creator. Of creator, right? Okay. Let's go. I mean, I'm sure we'll have a few overlaps anyway. Charles, let's go with you.
Okay. So it's taco night. I am in a full bathtub. And I decide to fart.
Way to brag.
Okay, no, this is very important. Okay, so it's taco night, full bathtub. It's not. Listen, it's full of water, right?
Yes, yes. You know, it's after a long day. It was tacos for dinner. I'm in a full bathtub.
Hold on, let me get this. I need to get this right. Okay, yeah.
Now,
Full bathtub.
Crucial
gas-
information being delivered over here. Yep, can't get it wrong.
Gas
on, yeah, just-
comes through me, and I happen to have a little oopsie daisy out of my back end.
Gas out of back end.
Poop hole.
Okay. Poop hole. Sorry,
Now-
sorry.
Fart bubble rises up to the top of the bathtub, the water surface.
Bathtub water surface.
But does not pop.
Okay, so wait, does this mean, hold on, full bathtub, is there soap in there?
No,
Like,
it's just water.
so
just
it's
water.
just water. Okay, well, okay, but
So the only
fine.
bubble is
But
provided by my anus.
Okay, but it doesn't burst for some
It
reason.
does not burst.
Oh wow. Okay.
Is the smell still in the bubble?
Yes, because the gas is still in the bubble.
So
Were you using essential oils?
so if you don't pop that bubble, it will not smell. Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking, yeah, unless is there some? Does it like
It can
is there
go
some
through the
scientific-
membrane, no?
Yes. Yeah.
I
couldn't
see
it
bubble is not
particles slip?
completely
Yeah.
true.
That's why you need the essential oil.
No, stop. No. This conversation is already cringe. We are making it more cringe. Stop it, please.
Actually, it really is. Like, I'm sorry that did trigger my gag reflex voice. Okay. Cool. So I went with it, but flipping hell, it actually really did trigger. This is not my sickness. That's my Daisy's gone now because I'm coughing.
It's kind of an extension of Gray's first point, but I think superlatives get used far too much. The greatest thing ever, the worst thing ever. 4 out of 5.
Hyperbole.
Yes. Hyperbole.
Hyperbole.
I think
titles.
I think I have far too much issue with followers of reviewers and their regurgitated ununderstood nonsense. I don't know what to call that.
Yeah, followers of channels just regurgitating.
You know what I realized that though is that's like everyone's followers is that way.
Regurgitating.
like your followers that follow you
I don't have
are
any.
probably like
If it's large
Yeah,
enough
sure you
group
do.
of
I'm
people,
sure you do.
there will be.
but no, I'm just
there
saying it's
will
like
be
the
low big
followers that
numbers.
you have are gonna be that way to a certain extent. I mean, it's everyone. Unfortunately, it's just
but
it's
you
most
want
people, and you can actually understand that but what is it like? People, what is it? Most people inherit their beliefs. They do not like. They're not. That's why what was it? They inherit their beliefs from other people. It has to do with again cognitive load, and so people reduce cognitive load by just listening to other people and then adopting their they trust that what's being said is the truth and then they adopt those things and then the problem is terminally online people that have the time and the passion for the topic not going out and developing their own perspectives even but with using other people like Critical Drinker or YMS or whoever to help inform their themselves, right? But going further, but generally speaking, everyone or most everyone's audience is going to be full of people parroting the review or the talking points of the person that they're a fan of.
Right. I don't have a problem with somebody parroting like something they've heard from a review, but integrate your thoughts into that opinion.
Yeah. This is why I am such a big fan of critical thinking. And why we shouldn't be encouraging people to ignore things.
People should integrate their own opinions.
You should have you should have an informed perspective, but you should also not ignore things. It's one of the basic things that I say to introduce this idea is like understanding the difference between comedy and drama. These things are achieving different things. So complaining about the content, it's like, this drama didn't make me laugh. It's like, well, that's not really an argument. You're not engaging with the medium as it's supposed to be understood, right? Or this drama, just like, or complaining that something did make you laugh, right? Well,
kind of
like, well, yeah, that's the point of it.
You're saying
right?
like we shouldn't tell people to ignore things. Do you think I'm ignoring The Big Bang Theory by not watching it?
No, I don't. I think that you have an informed perspective on the characters, and you decided to. I think that what is it? There are, gosh,
Gray, are you invested?
I don't have a good example.
In Big Bang Theory being better. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but that's not ignoring.
I'm not necessarily. I kind of gave up on it. I was like,
there you go,
bazinga,
Yeah. So understand, what is it? If you're not invested in something getting better or understanding the state of it, right? Because what is it? If I was wanted to understand the state of, let's say, Amazon's television programming, or I guess it's television, just not, they don't play them on they don't broadcast them traditionally. So is it appropriate to call them a TV show? I colloquially, yes, but I understand that there's a difference. So understanding Amazon's television programming, I would want to be informed on the topic. I'd watch Rings of Power. I'd watch, oh gosh, was it The Circle? What's that one? Yours? I can't even remember it.
Circle?
The Circle?
Yeah.
Wheel of Time?
The Wheel of Time. Yeah, there you go. It's a circle.
Sorry, I was like,
Wheels of Circles.
The Netflix dating show?
I'd watch. I'd watch.
Our wheels.
Yeah. I'd watch. These things. I'd watch Good Omens. I'd watch. Maybe some of their other programs, and to get, a perspective on the kind of shows that they greenlight. What is their, and try maybe do some additional research into how they are integrated with the shows. What level of involvement do they have with each individual project? Because sometimes I'm sure it's that the project is finished and they're just they're buying the rights to distribute it. This often happens with anime with Netflix, is that they will have Netflix original anime, but they didn't actually make anything of it. They weren't involved with the creation of any of it, and they're just distributing it. Whereas there are other projects that they are more actively involved in.
Happens quite a bit, actually.
Okay, so look, we're just to keep us back on, to keep us on track.
Criticize. Oh yeah.
So my point is that especially with Gray, it's like he's not invested in Big Bang getting better. He's watched a certain amount of it. He's formed an opinion, and if there were further, what is it? Let's say here he saw a clip and somebody was asking something about the clip. He was like, "Well, I haven't seen that season or I haven't seen that episode, so I don't really know much about it. But if you're asking me anyway, then I'm like." He'd give his opinion based off of what he's seen so far, and highlight his experience and the limitations of his insight. That's what I imagine Gray would do.
Okay, so we're talking about grievances with ReviewTube, and I think what needs to also be remembered here is these grievances are from, I suppose, people that are in ReviewTube. Would we call you guys as part of what are you?
I don't really make content anymore, so I don't really know what you'd call me.
Yeah, but I'm asking, what do you guys think? Because where is your opinion coming from? Because actually, let's think about it. I am the normie. This is what I was thinking about here. Who watches it? Like, who watches it? Or why do people watch it? There's different kinds of people that are literally just consuming ReviewTube without being reviewers, and we're kind of critiquing as creators. We're critiquing it, so that's why I wanted to just air the grievances. And I think that this does come from a point of actually being somewhat kind of reviewers, right? Charles and Gray, this is what you do. You talk about stuff about media. And Charles,
I'm an amateur.
studied.
Charles is the professional here.
Charles
He's the
is
box
professional.
office guy / review tuber.
Yes, exactly. So this is from, these critiques are not from an audience member. Actually, it's actually from a colleague. Let's contextualize it.
No, I mean, I'm close with someone who gets criticized for their lack of proper criticism, and I think that's not fair to this person. Well, I mean, that person was kind of proven to be a bit of a moron anyway, so I don't know why I brought that up. Never mind.
Okay, well, so these is it but what the way that I characterized your guys is that, yeah, this is actually also from your creative perspective.
So it's difficult because as somebody who speaks to someone who does this full time, I do understand to make money, you do need to use superlatives. You do need to use hyperbole. You do need to lean into.
Yeah, the thumbnails have to be clickbait.
Right.
Which awesome thumbnail the other day, Charles. Loved it.
Thank you.
For
prove me wrong.
For sensationalism, right?
Yeah. Like, there are people that I speak to that I prefer talking to them rather than discussing things over a comment section, because I'd rather know them, the person who I know, rather than the thing they're presenting to an audience. So it's difficult for me. I'm a bit of a snob anyway, so there's that.
That's okay. That's so, yeah. That you want your things to be of high quality. I'm a bit of a snob, means I have high standards. Okay. Then let's go. Hydra, are you still here?
Absolutely, I'm always here. In the background, there were several beasts that I had to slay in terms of electronic issues that I was dealing with, but I was listening the whole time and adding whenever I can.
Hydra Dragon Slayer.
Only electronic dragons. If you're
Those
laying
mysterious kind.
If you're laying bare personal grievances, what really sets me off is a simple dismissal, which is often unfair, in response to a complex and logically built argument. So when you have the choice to engage differently, but you choose to, for example, label and dismiss, like that is what an X would say, or you are such a Y, etc. Or even the previously mentioned dreaded, if you don't like it, then leave kind of attitude. It really sets me off when someone has a whole goddamn equation written out about how step 1, step 2, step 3, this is my logic, this is the problem in my opinion, this is how I see it, this is how it could be better, this is how we could engage it, this is how there could be a compromise, and the response is just no, fuck you and fuck off. That personally really sets me off, because it says a lot about the argument and the people engaging in it, specifically the ones that choose to do this when they have the option to do something else, like they are, for example, if someone had already debunked this before, then of course I don't expect them to get into a fucking mathematical equation solving every single time, but at least once they should be able to lay out what they mean. Like whenever I'm presented with something like this, I always feel, and this is my personal bias, I always feel the need to get into the details. Let's take a look at that logical argument. Is it really sound, the step by step? How does it exactly go, etc., etc.? What are the conclusions? What is it built on? What's the philosophy? Whatever. And instead to just throw that away and slap someone in the face when you had an honest, good faith chance to have a discussion. Again, sometimes I can see why someone would do it. I already answered this 12 different times. I don't have time. I'm tired. I have to go, etc. There are situations where it's fine to shut it off, to shut off the conversation and not get into the very in-depth logical stuff. But generally, it rubs me the wrong way when someone chooses to essentially shut it off or steep to such low levels to attack the individual, engage in personal insults, or just get into the mud essentially and roll around when the option, the open hand was presented to you to have a higher form of conversation. It's really that's basically my problem.
That's actually this. Sorry, go, Charles.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't think I want to get into this. Hearing this statement, if you don't like it, then leave. I don't believe. I believe there's different experiences of that situation. Like
well, that's where Dorcas's tears come in. T-I-E-R.
Okay.
Tears. Yeah.
Yes.
Nope.
So
Nope.
what one now to explain that experience that was in your mind that just came up.
Well, it depends if you're complaining to a creator of a piece of art, or if you're complaining to someone who's constantly, if you're speaking to somebody who's constantly complaining about something that's not changing, somebody who's complaining about something that they have issue with what it isn't, but keep going back to what it is, yet complaining about what it is.
Well, I think as far as professionalism, yeah.
Sorry, I just want Charles to go back and
Okay,
rephrase that for me because I haven't
Sure.
captured it properly. I've got, if you don't like it, leave, and that experience, just can you word it for me in diagram form for me?
Well, if you're saying it to the creator of the material.
Okay.
If the creator of the material is saying it to someone who's complaining about their work, if the person who's complaining is complaining about something that material is not, nor has it been, it's not fair to tell the creator to alter what they're doing.
Okay, so a creator saying that to a complainant when their complaint
is about something that is not present.
Invalid. Yeah.
And invalid so much as they're complaining about something that isn't there.
Yeah, well, I think it is saying it if it's invalid. Your complaint is invalid if you're saying your complaint is not, it does not apply to my show. Your complaint is not true. It's not true. Yeah. So, but if you don't want to use the word invalid, I can't change your word. So if their complaint is not when their complaint is not when their complaint is about something.
Yeah, like I don't like your show because it doesn't have flowers in it. And it's like, well, it's a show about water, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Is about
or the show about submarines.
Right.
So it's like there's no earth for your flowers. I don't know
I keep watching and there's still no flowers. It's like, dude, I
okay, so
don't know what to tell you.
I'll even put that out here. I want this flow. I hate this show. Sucks. There are no flowers.
But I also feel like
what
is it? I think that can be true. What is it? I think that it can be true and it can be a problem in the sense that, like, there's a difference between someone saying that at the end of an introspection and then somebody saying that without thinking about or doing any introspection whatsoever. So if you have complaints about Star Wars and then or let's say here, let's go to a completely different property. Was something that hasn't been made, or like theoretically, there's a Krull project, right? So we're talking about Krull, right? And somebody is making a Krull TV show. Theoretically, it's not in the works, but theoretically, there's a movie or a TV show going to come out eventually. Probably not. Probably get scrapped along the way, but maybe in the future. Anyways, so the point is that let's say somebody is making that, and it's a TV show, so where it could change, like they could address. It's not just a one and done sequel, but rather it's a TV show that they're listening, and they can't really change stuff in the season they are, but they're like, okay, well, we can change stuff for the next season. Okay, so they listen to the complaints that are being made, and the complaints are perhaps nonsensical, right? And so you're like, well, I can't really do anything with this. Something on the something on the level of that Charles mentioned, the whole there's no flowers. The show sucks. There's no flowers. And so you're like, well, I don't really can't really do anything about that, right? But so they've thought about it, and they've come to that conclusion, right? That I can't really do anything about it.
Well,
but perhaps they do have a substantive critique where that can be changed about like the property of Krull in its origin and what they see in the show now and how it can be better later on. Wouldn't it be better that like these kinds of critiques that are being made even by fans are being considered, even if they are ultimately discarded as being non-actionable or something, rather than being dismissed from the very beginning and be like, well, you don't understand what you're talking about. Just if you don't like it, they just hear negativity and they just say, well, if you don't like it, just don't watch it.
That speaks to one of my pre-stream questions, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get to those. Actually, we have half an hour until we have Gartic phone, right? So what I just wanted to point out with what everybody is actually talking about is there is a lot of, obviously there's everybody has different reasons for not liking the if you don't like it, leave. And also one of the things I noticed was overly harsh without substance, that sort of thing. A lack of substance is a theme here, because even though Gray was talking about people having a review without substance, he doesn't like that. Then we have Hydro, who's talking about people that have all of that. They have, like, say, a Platoon video that has all of the critique in it and all of the arguments in it, and then someone just labels and dismisses it. So both, I think it's just, you see that people just, whenever there is a point to be made on the internet, people just want arguments to be sound.
But to play devil's advocate, if a reviewer talks about why a show that is about submarines is bad because it does not have flowers, when does if you don't like it, you should probably stop watching. When does that play in?
Well, is it
one of the things I would say is that
hold on. I do want us.
Everyone, I'll go last.
Let's finish our grievances, because then everybody can at least have had their rant, basically. But I do want to get to these questions. Kind of go. They actually are talking. The main crux of it is whether we can gain value from all of ReviewTube. So we've gone over some of the things about the grievances. Let's go to Dorcas.
I just don't like it when people straw man counter opinions and when they misrepresent opinions. That's like one of my biggest pet peeves.
Mhm.
For example, the being told that I thought that Homelander was the hero. No, that's ridiculous. Never thought that.
Okay. And don't everybody relax. It's just
And-
he's decided that's what that's how he took that comment. We don't have to get into that.
And I don't necessarily mean from Kripke, but from
Yeah.
like all of the memes and the Reddit threads and the comments below
So, yeah,
the
it's-
videos and stuff.
it
Those
actually-
people, when they
that
tell
seem-
me.
Yeah, that seems to relate to what Hydra's also talking about. It's label and dismiss. So labeled your opinion and dismissed it. So there we go. Okay, so
Well,
yeah.
Also, the flower submarine situation reminds me of, and let's please not get into this too much unless it's uniquely spicy, but the Kevin Smith He-Man cartoon, if I recall correctly, it was sold as this big He-Man thing, but then the whole thing was the Tila show, as I recall. I don't have a strong opinion on.
That is a great example.
Yep.
Is that I
Have
can't
you
speak to the
spelled Tila? I don't know.
quality. I can't speak to the quality of it because I didn't watch it, but I did watch
The
a
animation looked
review,
cool,
and
but
people
that's about
and
the
people talked about how it was the marketing was marketed as a He-Man show, and He-Man has a total of like a few minutes, just like less than 10 minutes in the entire first season, or sorry,
It feels like a
season
big-
1 or 2 or something like that. It was like it's
he's
the
brought
amount
back at the end of season 1. It's pretty much season
Yeah.
1, but the problem is Kevin Smith was asked point blank, like, "Hey, this looks like it's just the Tila show," and he's like, "No, I swear this is He-Man."
Yeah.
So it's like one step beyond that, because I mean, it is a plot thing that they're looking for this way to bring him back. So I don't know, like it is about him, but the fact that he was asked point blank, like, "No, this looks like it's going to be the Tila show," and he's like, "No, it's not." Where it is,
Right.
So there was mystery.
It
It
is.
seems like we value honesty, everybody. Okay, so
Okay,
The title of the
Andrew.
show is Masters of the Universe.
No, but like it
Was
was
it not
the
He-Man?
marketing, the market. Like I
The
hear what
original
you're
is
saying.
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
Right.
So
So
Masters of the
the-
Universe is in the name is not He-Man.
okay,
did you
Now
miss
we're going-
the part where
we're
we
getting too
say
much
that he
into
was
it.
asked point blank? Well, this looks visually it looks like you're marketing this as a He-Man, but we're concerned that it's going to become just the Tila show. And he said, no, this is going to be about He-Man. This is going to be a He-Man show. And so he either cleverly lied because he's like, oh, well,
Or misrepresented.
it's still about He-Man. The whole thing is about He-Man, right? So he either cleverly lied or he just plain lied. You can have two interpretations
I
of that.
agree with both of you. So this one specifically was Masters of the Universe Revelations, I believe. Revelation, sorry, singular. So it doesn't specifically say it's He-Man, but he did say that it was going to be a He-Man show.
Right. And again, this is about honesty. This is it's about a bait and switch. They got the marketing of the show was about He-Man. This like they didn't come out and say this is called Masters of the Universe. He-Man is missing from the title because he is not going to be the main focus of the show. Is going to be a plot point. They didn't come out and say that. No. They
we spoke
they
over the
were
kalimba.
dishonest about what the show was going to be, and people.
Okay, guys, I'm trying. That's me using the gavel.
Got
Hello? Okay, that was me. I'll find another clip that takes over the whole screen so everybody can see and feel that we're going to the next one. Okay, so the next one is grievances, and literally we have a few minutes to get through the biggest chunks of questions.
Yeah.
So, okay, so Foxru, let's put it in something as brief as one of these blocks. What is your grievance with with ReviewTube?
Generally speaking, I would agree with Charles in that I feel like hyperbole and rhetoric is too dominant. I would love to see more nuance. I think, I was talking with Gray a different day about the Leslie Headland rhetoric and how that is unreasonable. He was the one that actually, that is to say that he brought it up to me, and that he thinks that it's gone too far, and he presented his evidence, and I found it quite compelling and would love to see that reflected in the space. So I feel like I would love for
Guys,
more
my
nuance.
brand new monitor just died. I'm sorry. I don't even. I barely managed to get it to work for 5 seconds so I can unmute. I was literally in front of a black screen, frantically listening to you and trying to make it work for like the past 10 minutes. The past 10 minutes were total silence from me. You can just imagine me trying desperately to fix the monitor in the background. This is brand new. I unboxed it today, so I'm really fucking pissed.
Is it fixed?
Man.
Does this mean
I
it's
don't
fixed,
know.
or did you have to
Seems like
plug in
it's
another one?
It seems like it's a contact error.
I think what he means is that it's back to black. He said it's fixed it for 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's occasionally. So sometimes I can see the whole whether or not it's powered and whether or not it's connected separately, and it continuously gets the power, but the cable. It seems like it's an issue with the cable, because if the cable moves lightly or something to as matter, it immediately disconnects. So I'm pretty sure it's the cable's fault. Anyway, I literally just got it, so I'm just gonna send it back because I can, and I'm gonna ask for a brand new one because fuck this. But man, I've been at war for the last month trying to make this new computer work because it is awesome. It is absolutely awesome. But whenever I try to interact with it with my frail human body, something just goes wrong. My back hurts, my wrist, something. I have to figure out how to all over a different setup, how to sit again, adjust the chair and the table all over again, the monitor all over again. And now this shit doesn't work. I just don't get a break, but I will fix it. So I'm sorry.
Then he came back.
I have no idea how long this screen will last. I think I'll try to come back from my phone. I'm not sure if that works. Or switch over to the laptop. I'll see. I'm doing frantic repair work. Expect nothing. I have no idea what's going to happen.
We've got about 15 to 20 minutes before we start Gartic phone in any case. So
okay,
let's rapid fire through the questions.
Yeah, so let's
I'll
go
be
through
very
the
disappointed if we don't get them. I've spent a lot of time thinking of them.
I would like to put my take in here, in that my only grievance with ReviewTube is I want every ReviewTube to be a long form. Okay, I want it all to be long form. Also, I love ReviewTube. It's my guilty pleasure. Okay, I enjoy it. Sorry, my name is Kitty. I like ReviewTube.
Is it?
I like ReviewTube. I'm Terry. That's it. I'm Terry in this thing where it's just like I like it. I like ReviewTube. It's cool. I understand it gets heated and people take it very seriously, but don't. That's it. Have your opinion. I get a bit scared. As much as I enjoy ReviewTube, I'm scared of being part of it or trying to be part of it, because it's like I'm not qualified, but also I love sharing my opinion on stuff. So let's go. Let's have a chat about it. So yeah, I like ReviewTube. There we go. Let's go, and we'll see why I like ReviewTube. But here are our questions for today. Can a show or IP be elevated in any way from hyper-specific criticism unrelated to story structure or the script? So what I want to understand is hyper-specific criticism unrelated to story structure or the script. What do you mean by that? Dorcas.
Like, I don't know. Bombs don't drop in space. There's no... that is just the first thing that comes to mind. But
so you're talking about
or costuming, or I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so fire in space, costuming, accuracy, things like that.
Yeah,
Accuracy
things that
of
might not
roll
immediately seem relevant.
Just a disappearing knife.
Disappearing
So-
knife, poor choreography.
So does this also include like logical inconsistency? Where it's like, why did that
Sure.
person do that? Like,
E-
why didn't
yeah.
you just?
Well,
why didn't
no,
you
it's,
just?
It's
I think
forgive
he
me.
was
It's
trying
like
to make
Shad's.
it more
It's
granular.
like Shad's. It is Shadiversity's specialization is in like medieval warfare and fighting styles. So if he's going to critique a fight scene, is there value in that? Can a show be elevated by that kind of specific critique?
And your
So-
answer. This is your question. I would like your answer first.
So by
My
those,
answer?
yeah, what's your answer? Can it? Because it seems like a kind of a strange way to phrase it. Like you're gonna get a no from the way that you phrase the question.
I think it can. Like I think attention to detail is important, and it could be the difference between a good fight scene and a great fight scene. So someone who has knowledge of specific sword fighting techniques that can integrate that into a fight choreography, I think would really make something elevated.
I think that
rather than
Shad's
just
I think that
rather than
Shad's
just swinging
choreography
each other.
breakdown is a great example of what you're talking about, where he pays attention to whatever medium he's in, whether it's a video game or a fantasy or what have you, and he works with the medium and whatever it's trying to achieve. So when he's critiquing a fantasy television or movie, he's not only paying attention to the specific sword techniques being used, but the story being told, and how do those things
I don't know,
connect?
man.
And that
I think
doesn't
this
mean you
last
can't.
one was like the Acolyte is a 0 out of 10. Like I agree when he's taking
does that
apart
not
like the
fall
fighting
under-
scenes and stuff.
Relax.
Well, that seems like it's one of those hyperbolic, like hell, even close to buzzwords, because it's like I'm sure he could find something that would get it a 1 out of 10 out of everything that's involved there. But he doesn't just focus on that.
Okay,
like, he
let's get
also
to back
focuses
to the
on the
question,
cultural
guys.
aspects of it.
Okay.
Can we
Sure.
get back to the question?
I meant
Can a show?
I meant specifically his sword or his reviews on choreography with swords and such. I meant specifically that. And not everything Shad does is great. This isn't a blanket. Everything he says, all his reviews, every part of even a specific review I'm talking about, maybe even, it is great. I'm just talking about when he's reviewing. I'm talking about the format and the the format and what it can achieve, not any particular specific review, because like you said, if he's giving the Acolyte a 0, it does nothing right, it has no value. That does sound very hype. That's a large claim. You're going to have to do a lot of work to get me there. I'm not going to just buy that.
Okay, I don't want to go, guys. I don't want to go into examples yet. Okay, examples should only be used. Examples should only be used to illustrate. Okay, so don't go into examples to have a conversation about the example. Use it to illustrate and leave it behind. So what I want here is, can a show or IP be elevated in any way from hyper-specific criticism unrelated to story structure or the script? So what Dorcas has brought up as an example is, here is fight choreography, or these examples here. Attention to detail that makes what actually happens in the show just seem better. He said it's between good and great. So I'm hearing disagreement from you, Gray, that it won't.
Maybe just like the way that it's phrased, because like So I agree. Like, if they spent more focus on like the fight choreography, that would definitely help the fight scene. But the fact that this is already done and we're just going to like deeply criticize what is actually on the screen versus what could be on the screen. I don't know. I'm not sure if it would be helpful that way, where I think like, can a focus on a certain element elevate this IP? Yeah, of course.
Well,
But
what's done is done, but you have to
Yes.
be able to communicate to the powers that be, hey, we like good fight choreography, so next time,
For sure.
please
So then it
pay
would
more attention.
benefit a different thing, not this one. But I think certain criticism can elevate it when you say like, okay, yes, on the surface level, this scene is just doing this, but here's the intention behind it. Here's what the camera is doing. Here's the blocking of this scene. Here is the subtext that's going on. Here's what the lighting is doing. There's a lot that can be, that can come from, here's the costuming even. If you notice the tone that this costume is now taking on has completely changed with the tone of the subtext in the scene. There's a lot of things that can come from kind of hyper-specific criticism, but you're not going to change what's on there. You'd have to actually still point out what's going on in there. So I think, I don't know if the criticism improves it, but it would possibly help you improve the next thing.
Yeah, I think that is what Focus is alluding to.
Yeah,
Well, flaws and
I think everyone more or less understands. Once the show is out, that's what it is. There's no changing that. Sorry. Anyway, we're rapid firing. Keep talking. I'm a mute.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's might be what he meant, what Gray meant when he said that the way that you worded it would almost necessitate a no. Because, like, can talking about a show actually improve the show itself? I would say no.
He's talking about
Maybe
a show
if it's
or
still in
IP.
production. Maybe.
Okay,
like
guys,
Lost,
let's
they really went off of the audience opinion. But I wouldn't say for the better. Sorry for doing the weird tangent. Get it. Your show.
No. So just saying that the IP or show. So the reason he talks about IP or show is because we're talking about critique leading to improvement, elevating. Have it elevated in any way. So that is the question: is having critique. The reason I put this under is it valuable? Is can your show, can the long man reviews, can that result in better filmmaking? I would say yes, because that's how it happens. I think it depends on who is making it,
No,
or
like,
if they
any of those things listed there. Let's just say costuming. You got to make the costumes better. But if you're not factoring in the dramatic element of something that's happening, that the reason that costume is not perfect, you're going to take away from the story by making it perfect as far as just costuming is concerned.
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good enough on its own.
Right. It may have an element why it's not perfect to a specific audience.
So to that point, the spectrum would be something like on one side you've got the Rings of Power, which I think had those like printed on t-shirts that were supposed to pass as armor, and then the other end of the spectrum is you get armor that is so real it becomes near impossible for the actors to move, and they get fatigued too quickly and then can't film anything. Like, that's the wide spectrum, right? So there's some degree of we will sacrifice authenticity for the sake of being able to make it in the first place. But if you go so far that you're trying to pass off t-shirts as armor, I think that's valid. Rambling.
Charles, what would you like me to write next to your name here?
Really great guy.
We know that. but what would you like me? How would you like me to?
I forgot what
characterize what you're saying, because what you said.
I'm so sorry.
To me, what I'm thinking is that, because you said you could have good costuming, but if that's what I took mostly from what you're saying is it's not going to fix the entire show, but it is it's a good. You said it depends,
right? So for the sake of argument, if somebody's complaining, like Dorcas, let's just say for the sake of argument, the t-shirt armor thing, it's got a certain pattern to it. It could have a artistic purpose as far as dramatic storytelling is concerned. It may not be about the consistency or the quality of it. It could be trying to visually inspire you to think something
Mhm.
due to the color or shadowing or there's so many different elements to influence somebody's interpretation of it. And the exact cloth, if you make it better, it's going to take away from what they're trying to do. I'm not saying it in every instance, but if they're trying to influence you with a certain shadow or light or color, and you want it fixed because that doesn't feel real, well, it's storytelling. It's there's always contrivances in storytelling. A story is a contrivance. So for the sake of drama, you have to let some of that go. You could have something
So
that's perfect.
t-shirt, yeah, I'm going to say, is it t-shirt armor could be excused if
I think
it serves
the most important thing is the story. It is the dramatic version of whatever it is you're watching. You're not going to get a documentary on any
Mhm.
possible thing you're taking in. So to have artistic liberties, you're going to have to make some concessions.
Mhm. Artistic
If I was
liberties
to,
are allowed.
yeah.
So
I
so
agree.
I think so yeah, you could have this most amazing perfect armor, but actually story structure and script is what really makes it. I agree with that. What really, well, I think there is, of course, it can be elevated, but it cannot be fixed. I don't think it can be fixed completely. Like just because at the same time, one of the things that Disparu always says that I'm like always like yay about is I'm not very good with I'm very easily impressed by fight scenes. And if you've done enough around the fight scene to make it exciting for me, I'm very easily pleased and we can continue. I easily forgive those things. So I'm not too hyper specialized. But when there is a good fight scene in a story that I don't even like, I can at least appreciate the fight scene. So I think let's just recognize quality where it is. I suppose we come back to this whole idea of honesty, and what is literally in front of us, what we like, what we don't like. So yours is it depends on really how. Maybe you're saying it's limited, the amount that you can elevate a series by just being more specialized and more accurate and more realistic. It loses that still can actually not help.
What purpose does that itemized thing it serve to the greater picture of the story?
Just quality. So that's it.
But
it's just quality.
If I may ask,
like-
though, why is there an assumption that it was done for a story-specific purpose or to communicate something, and why couldn't it be a lack of attention to detail or just a failure on the creator's part,
It could
or
be.
a
That's
lack
why I
of
said it
budget?
depends.
Cool.
We did do a good fart scene earlier, guys. We examined the fart.
That elevated our show tremendously.
Okay, so yeah, and yours.
I would say that there are limitations, and to anything that you make, generally speaking, and the more that you can understand what your limitations are, and then play into them, the better. So a good example of this is the fog in Silent Hill, where they chose to incorporate mist and fog into the storytelling so that there'd be a reason for having a limited draw distance. Once they had the better technology, they removed it, not realizing that how much it changed things. So that's a problem. But in general, I mean, if you see a flaw and it can be articulated as a flaw, then the show would be better if the flaw didn't exist. But everyone's going to have a certain tolerance on what kind of things can be bad. what kind of things can be or need to be a certain level. And I think that as long as we're communicating, as long as we're articulating exactly what we mean, or not, never going to get exact, but as long as you're articulating what you mean, right? So a good example might be CGI, right? And so, the CGI on a particular monster isn't great, like, but you did the best you could, or you'd have a costume and it's not perfect, but you did the best you could, right? It's like you acknowledge, well, like, would this be better if the CGI or the costume or whatever was better? Yes, but moving past that, we've acknowledged that. Let's move past it. Let's talk about, what do the symbols represent? What do the
Hi, Lucy.
let's talk about, or the shirt armor. Like, if this shirt armor looked like actual armor, would it be better? Yes. But let's talk about what the design of the armor is doing. And then you move forward and you talk about it there, and whether that pulls
happy
somebody out.
accidents help sometimes.
What?
But
Happy accidents help. Like the fact that they couldn't show Jaws in Jaws actually benefited to them.
That's what I mean. Playing into your limitations. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So shirt armor could improve. So improving on shirt armor would improve the show, but it doesn't really fix the show.
Well, here's the thing. If let's say here connecting those things with the limitations, like Charles mentioned Jaws, or like I mentioned with Silent Hill, maybe you develop this idea that your series is set in a fantasy has a fantasy setting such that it the shirt armor is magic, right? And so
okay.
Right, and so it doesn't need to be real armor.
Okay.
Right. That would be one way you could like play into the limitations. You shouldn't be surprised that you should do some, especially when, you shouldn't be surprised by how things look when you have a very large budget and an experienced crew. You should be doing, test filming, right? And so you should understand the way things are going to look. You shouldn't be surprised that the armor that your military is wearing, or your army is wearing, looks plastic. You should be aware of that and come up with a convincing way, especially if you have the budget. Come up with a way, a filming technique, or having them in the background so that like they're not focused, and you get like one or two pieces of actual armor. Find ways of.
What if, for the sake of storytelling, they put the people in the paper armor to show you just how weak that army is?
That's more nuance. Thinking about things. That's why I have the basic.
Okay.
The basic.
I think that
what do you call it? The basic rubric or whatever of the more was it you should be rewarded for thinking about it. So understanding that this paper armor is on purpose rewards the audience for paying attention. If you have somebody who's not paying attention and they're just complaining, like that guy complaining about flowers on a there's no flowers on a submarine. It's like, well, you're not paying attention. You shouldn't be expecting that. You shouldn't be like, I mean, if that's what you want, then you're on watching the wrong thing.
Now, what if there's 10 million of those people complaining about flowers on a submarine?
Right. Well, this is exactly the problem I have with people who aren't paying attention. This is why I don't want people selectively ignoring things. Right. That's why you want to build critical thinking. You want to be building the concepts that, like the people that I look up to as far as criticism, they encourage critical thinking. They encourage thinking about medium. They encourage understanding. They do not complain about the incidental image on screen, but rather the like how it works as a part of the film or TV.
Okay.
I'm awake.
We're on the next one. We're on to the next one, guys. Sorry, I'm looking at the
Okay.
time here. We need to get to the Gartic. So, is harsh criticism more effective? This does relate to what you're talking about there, Foxtrue. Is harsh criticism more effective than voting with your dollar? So, this harsh criticism, people that aren't paying attention or whatever, you know what? They'll end up just not watching. They vote with their dollar. They don't vote by talking and not, and trying to get people to not watch a thing. They actually just vote by just not watching with it, not using their dollar. They vote with their dollar. What Dorcas is asking here is harsh criticism more effective than voting with your dollar? Is simply not seeing a thing really more effective for a viewer trying to affect a positive change in an IP? Now, this is, I suppose, Dorcas, can you contextualize a positive change in an IP? You're talking about a fandom, I suppose, now.
Yeah.
You're not talking about people that don't pay attention, actually.
Right. I mean, if we view what, say EFAP and Critical Drinker are doing as being in good faith, that they care about Star Wars and want it to be improved, because I know that there are people who would disagree with that statement, but if we accept the premise that they are offering their criticisms in good faith, are they not doing more to improve, to try and improve it than they would be if they simply didn't make their videos at all? I think. Oh, my answer is yes. I think.
Sorry,
I
are
think
you
it's
going to answer
important.
first?
I think that they are doing. I think yes. I think it's important for people to be able to criticize the things that they like. I think just having your opinions out there, it builds the room for the temperature to be taken of, and the creators don't have to take every bit of criticism, and you're not going to be right about every bit of criticism, but having it out there to hear, I think, will get into the ethos. You will. Yes. Short answer.
Okay. Yes. And well, Darling also has a question, both of them. So actually, a combination of them. But I think you do want your criticism, harsh criticism, to come from somebody who has properly watched it, though. I think so.
Yes,
I would hope so.
The studio, there are different kinds of people. That's why one of the questions I had as well was why do people watch it? Like, who watches it? There are people that are just going to watch the review and take that opinion and go forth with it and not do anything, like not watch it. Or there's people, yeah. Dorcas.
Well, like as an artist, you are generally trying to communicate something, and you're not always going to communicate that thing effectively. So if you think you are communicating a thing and other people are coming away with something completely counter to what you felt you were communicating, at least hear why they're coming away with that, so that you can course correct. That doesn't mean you have to change any one specific thing, but at least having it in your mind will help inform you moving forward, even if you disagree with it or reject it categorically.
So Dorcas, you are not canceling ReviewTube.
No.
Okay. I'm with you on that. I think you more data, more opinion, better. But you don't have to be audience captured either. That's another thing. You are still taking a risk when you see that there is an audience. There is, because a lot of the time, I don't like the way that it feels. It certainly feels as if movies are being treated a lot more like brands than they used to be. I know that everybody has to do that. You still have to. You have to find an audience for it. Or will this movie really take off? And it's an investment, so you have to convince people that there's an audience for it. So yes, when there is a brand, you have to say, is there an audience for it? Is there a market for this? I understand that is part of showbiz, and it's always going to be, but it feels like it's gone more to that side. Either way, what I'm saying is I'm in agreement. The more opinions we have to go through, the more conversation, the better. I enjoy that. That's why I enjoy what's the name? ReviewTube anyway. And guess what? You don't have to agree with absolutely everything your favorite reviewer says, because I don't all the time. I just enjoy the entertainment value of it as well. Just it's like reaction content. I suppose I'm lame and basic that way. So okay, so that was Dorcas's answer. My answer is agreed. And next, Charles, what do you say?
So if I give a harsh criticism saying that black jelly beans are awful,
you're wrong.
And I'm voting with my dollar by not buying them.
Mm-hmm.
They're still on the shelves.
Yeah.
So I've done both. What is more beneficial?
Well, you've just let yourself. The fact is, if everybody if they pick up that, you know what, those black jelly beans not worth it, and everybody is saying that, enough people are saying that, then you would expect, I don't know, the sweet company, that they realize their sales are down, so they take that one out. But if you didn't say why, you didn't give that harsh criticism of the black jelly bean, people wouldn't know why you're not buying. We want more information. So if you just said you just didn't buy jelly beans, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into jelly beans. There's all different colors in there, but you never told anybody why. You just didn't buy it. They would be worse off not knowing why you didn't buy.
I think one can influence the other, though.
Yeah, one can, because you saying I don't like the black jelly bean, somebody else will be like, you know what? Let me taste that black jelly. Oh, you know what? I don't like it either, and they stop. Yes.
So
the
flip side, somebody's like, you know, fuck Charles. I'm just going to buy black jelly beans because he's an asshole.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
That's okay. So,
the company's like, oh, we're doing great. Black jelly beans are awesome, and they're not.
But no, well, they might be awesome because there's enough people that think you're an asshole to go and do it.
But they're not voting with their dollar. They're just saying, fuck Charles, I'm buying black jelly beans.
Yeah, you see, that is a problem. So you're saying
the jelly beans are in my cart, and I sent a letter to headquarters. So
okay, I would say, for me, I would say there are. Look, I know there are people that they're really that petty that they would spend money just to say fuck you, and that is why Hollywood has survived so long with the kind of shit that seems to have been coming out. That's my theory. But I just do feel better about there being more information and more discussion about why you don't like those jelly beans. I think it's way better than just keeping quiet, not saying anything. So what you're saying, if I just want to let's slow ourselves down here. Basically what you're saying here is people voting with reviews have effects on consumer behavior.
Voting with your dollar may not always be mirrored by somebody's enjoyment of a product.
Okay, yeah. Be shown, be consistent with enjoyment of a product. And can I cite the example of people buying black jelly beans because they want to piss Charles off.
They're called Denmark.
Okay, but what do you think about salted licorice?
Okay, so that's Charles. Now, great.
Yeah, so I think both can be effective. I think voting with your dollar is more effective. Like, there was a solo TV show that based off of how bad the movie Solo did, it got canceled. Whereas everybody is giving this harsh criticism to The Acolyte. It is one of the most talked about shows currently, well beyond what any of these other Star Wars shows have done. I don't know if that's going to give it a certain amount of cachet to get a second season, where I don't think it would have warranted it, much like Obi-Wan or anything like that.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I would think voting with your dollar seems to affect them more. Their bottom line is what affects whether or not there will be another one. Where there's interest. A lot of people are talking about tweeting, reviewing, whatever, The Acolyte right now.
So you're saying there is a
like diminishing returns, sort of.
I think so, but
yeah,
sometimes listening to the crowd isn't the greatest thing. I don't know. It's
Morbius.
Probably a lark. I was gonna say there's Morbius, there's like Lost, there's a bunch of things where they kind of listen to the audience, and I don't know that it's necessarily the right choice. But
I don't
fair enough.
disagree.
But I think criticism is definitely a good thing, and if you are the company, you'd want to look at what the criticism is saying. Hopefully, it would help you learn. But I'm thinking the dollar, the bottom line, is kind of what is the most influential.
Yeah. Okay, I think both. That's why I think when Darling said both, it's like both of them inform each other, because if people are not people are always what I and what a lot of people in ReviewTube say is, yeah, I guess you guys would know better about it because you look at the box office, right? You look at what people are doing with their dollars, and
I get it very wrong.
there does seem to be decline in the dollar bit, okay, but heightened interest in the talking bit, and that should inform a company. That's data for me. Whereas if you just had the lower dollars, you wouldn't know why. You wouldn't be able to pinpoint why. You would be more in the dark of figuring out why. Why has reception been low? I don't know. So I want more information. Criticism, good thing for me. Foxer, your answer. The question is harsh criticism more effective than voting with your dollar? By which I mean, is simply not seeing a thing really more effective for a viewer trying to affect positive change in an IP? Shouldn't the studios have a room to check the metaphorical temperature?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So I think that the IP holders don't really care about reviews. I mean, they care marginally. It depends, especially if they know it's coming from, if they can use it in marketing, essentially. Like if you see all the time with games that, like, oh, this got Game of the Year, and they plaster it on the new boxes. They'll redo the box art with Game of the Year edition kind of stuff, But generally speaking, they don't care too much about whether does it change what they're going to do, what they're not going to do. I think that the money matters much more. So the point about the review should be, what is it? Informing the audience, and then the audience can then vote with their dollar. It depends, again, what kind of content this is, whether it's a recommendation for people who haven't seen it, what they should do, or whether or not it's like EFAP. Generally speaking, they're dissecting things, and the content that they make, when it's geared that way, because they have lots of different stuff now, but when it's geared that way, is about, we expect you to have seen it already, and then you can join in with your comments or whatever, follow along. The point is that we expect you to have already seen it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a recommendation. So it wouldn't fit that area. But
okay, yeah, I'm saying here certain reviews. I'll put like this: review content is not actually about whether you watch something. It expects you watched it. Yeah. Okay.
And that can definitely affect whether or not you trust the company further. Like, whether consuming critiques on the MCU perhaps will influence whether or not you see the next MCU film or TV show.
That still can affect, have an effect on whether you see the next thing in RP. I think that's valid, and I think that is the new thing that we've gotten from ReviewTube, in terms of it's actually there is sheer entertainment value from ReviewTube that isn't whether you're going to watch it or not. It's actually just about sharing. It's part of being part of sharing your experience along the way. See what I did there?
I do.
Dorcas.
I do.
Yes. It's about sharing your experience. So there is the sheer entertainment bit and there is the recommendation bit. So the recommendation bit, I would say, is much larger. Well, not much larger. It's very much normie. That it's just, hey, everybody wants to watch, everybody wants to see. Is there something? Listen, these are people that watch movies for a living. These are people that can recommend something for me because they know movies. They're the movie snob, and I'm going to ask the movie snob whether I'll like something. I'll say to the movie snob, hey, I like this movie. Do you think I'll like this movie? Like the movie snob will know actually a little bit more, even if they don't like the movie that I like. If I say, hey, I liked the Lion King live action, will I like Jungle Book live action?
Would you say, will I like Screedia?
Will I like? Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. Will I Screedia? That's recommendation. We should have recommendation tube and review tube that's separated, but no, we can't do that. The world is all mixed up. And I think I do think our main thing, guys, that we get to, because we are going to go and do some exquisite corpse just now, is Woo! I think, what is it? Who knows?
It's it.
There are grievances. Here's an example of grievances. La 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 la. Why do people watch it? It's fun. And is it valuable? Yeah. We're not canceling ReviewTube. We're pissed off with it sometimes, unless you're me.
We're just disappointed with it.
But it's here to stay, and that's what I think the conclusion is. Yeah, we're not canceling ReviewTube. Anyone have any more to say?
I hear Charles is selling his kidneys. I would like to get in on this auction.
I didn't say selling. I think I said give away.
Give away.
Oh, well, in that case, $5 per kidney is what I'm offering.
Oh, are we auctioning off?
Ooh. I don't know if we can do that on YouTube. But Charles, kind of along the medical line, you were saying that ReviewTube is cancer. After we've gone through all this, is it still cancer? Or is cancer just a part of life we have to learn to live with?
Oh, yeah, we need to live with it, but we should still try to cleanse it and fight it and make sure that people are trying to be healthy.
Mm-hmm. Try and bring your values to it. Bring the honesty.
Do we all agree that cancer is bad?
Yeah.
Okay, so
generally,
you want to treat it, right?
Mm-hmm. You be the change you wish to see in ReviewTube.
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. We're done, boys.
And people
let's get
People with a certain amount of power should be responsible with the voice they're shooting out into hundreds of thousands of ears.
Okay. I will. When I ever speak to those people, I'll let them know. Because Boogie would not agree. Listen. But did you see Boogie got liar tattooed apparently, or is
What?
that a joke? I don't know. But I saw a tweet, guys. That's as much.
Did somebody
as I know
pay him
about
to do
Boogie.
that? Because that sounds like a
Yeah. Check it. The viewers yeeting themselves out of here because we're going to play Gothic Phone. Yes, as morally bankrupt pieces of shit.
How many were there?
There were 9, and now there's 8. Okay, cool. That do be true.
Oh, Artist Gray.
I'm ready. Okay.
Okay. Inbox.
Yes, Gartic Phone is a moral good. So
So we're never talking about ReviewTube again now? Is that
never ever again? It is done. We've
completely-
decided.
We've solved
Remember? Mhm.
internet
We've solved
done?
it. We've solved it,
Mhm.
and we have said you are allowed to review tube. Okay.
But you know what? Maybe someday we'll think about it.
And we'll think about. We'll revisit it. We'll review our review of. No, she tried a joke. It didn't work.
Will I like it? Discrete media.
Will I like it? Will I okay, is that all? No, we need to get everybody else in here. Once the panel is in, I will share the wider link. Because we need to make space. Actually, I can just fucking share it now because there's 14 people, there's 14 spaces, so we're good. Yeah.
Never know.
And we are going to do Exquisite Corpse. And
The best of corpses.
Canon has
Wow.
established disagreeing with it is heresy and blasphemy. Yes, that's it. We have it. It is decided. It is known. So if anyone ever comes and says, "But God," no, it is known. Thinkers 62. As per Thinkers 62, we have decided that ReviewTube is allowed. Ta-da! We're done.
Wait, did you go without another wardrobe change this whole time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Although I did actually no, wait, hold on. I did do another one where I
Nah.
put this over my shoulders. It wasn't exactly. Does
Yeah.
that count? I don't know. You
No.
got to tell me that. Okay.
No, it's got to be shoulders, both shoulders.
Oh, no, it
Head,
was over both
shoulders,
shoulders.
knees,
It was
and
over both. It was.
Well, I
It's a
must have been
change of
yelling at
fashion.
something.
Well, fine.
I was
Okay,
busy
fine.
getting annoyed.
I'm gonna get. I'll find some. I got my laundry back. I've got scarves and all kinds of things. So
It was funny because I think last week or the week before, you literally put something on and then within a sentence took it back off, and I had to type it twice.
I'm not good at regulating my body temperature. I think we can agree there with that. Okay, let us get going. Also, hold up, guys. We have to.
Wow. We've got
You
some
know what
amazing players in
Feed
here.
the
though.
ducks.
Yeah,
I
we got to
think
feed
we may
them
even
back.
have a celebrity. Wow.
Oh,
Who?
Yeah, Bendy
Charles
Dick
is that?
Cumberbatch.
Bendy Dick Cumberbatch. Oh, I'm so
Oh.
glad. And I
That
think
is a name.
your hat is quite famous. I would say. Are we ready? Let us exquisite course.
is it more famous than my dick nose?
In some
hold
circles,
on.
yes.
I'm going to share my drawing. Sorry, there's no BMO for you. Draw the head, everybody.
I'll say.
Woo! Oopsie. Do.
It's about a fifth of your time.
Wow.
You get plenty of time here.
Beep, beep. Don't tell them what I'm drawing. Oh my gosh, I'm really happy with this, but it's actually supposed to be another part. We're not supposed to know what it is. It's a secret. I'm just wasting time coloring in. Charles, I fully expect you to take the saxophone part. Wait, it's coming. There it is.
I'm not there today. Yeah, can't get it
Yeah,
high.
you got it. That was the right.
I gotta pinch my
tone, I
nuts.
think. Your ex. That's the whistling. What would that be?
Porn.
I mean,
Porn?
you're not wrong.
What, does porn have whistling?
Oh yeah.
Usually.
Simpy.
If you're going 70s, it was like Waka Waka guitars. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cynthia, not Chintzy.
Yeah, I was gonna. My brain went, huh? I have told someone my name is Cynthia before.
Yeah.
Corrected them.
Just get it over with. That's when I tell people, Charles, like, hey, Chuck? Yeah, whatever. Just
Yeah, just
fine.
look,
Just fine.
whatever you want.
I'm gonna call you Craig. Okay. I'm not
Starts
gonna.
with a Z. Well done. Okay, I'm done. I don't know about you guys.
Well, you still have a quarter of your time remaining, so
Yeah.
maybe you've got a
I'm
couple
gonna
more.
dance instead.
All right, too.
Try and extend your drawing all the way past the line, so the next person has something to go
Oh,
off.
indeed.
This portrait is coming out amazing.
Self-portrait?
Someone's self.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't think I can add to this masterpiece. I think it's brilliant.
Surely you must be able to.
Good luck, says Dice Roland. Okay. Yay! We're almost there.
Okay, and that clock.
With the music ending.
There we go.
Ah,
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Torso
somebody read
away,
my mind.
everyone.
Oopsie. Oh yeah. What? Oopsie, that's transparency, not size. Ooh. be exhaling.
I'm an infant. What do you want from me?
We expected more, Charles. We're just disappointed.
Yeah, okay, Snakes. Also, I've really enjoyed you being here today. Thank you for all the constant criticism. It's been lovely. Ah!
Hey, it lied to me. That's the correct color, but that's not on the thing.
Oh, there's a lot of colors in that one. It's true.
For shame.
No, you know what? I want this to be naked. Oh yeah. Go with me.
I think this was a pretty good thing.
I think we
I
had
hope
many
so.
things.
I think so.
I thought it was quite fun.
I think to think managed to get enough spots out.
I think too many things.
I think it's awesome that Foxtrot came back for a little
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
bit. Way too long, man.
A wild fox root appeared. Okay, I surprised myself with adding this. I'm sorry that Bemo's not here and you can't just see him draw nice things, but you know
Yeah.
what? Just have to accept the world the way it is, okay? You don't get what you want. You just
Well,
get
this thing is
what you need. This thing is a
going
thing.
on forever. I don't know what more I can add to it.
Well, you got a third of your time, so come up with something. Add details, flourishes,
Details and
thrills.
flourishes. Thrills and trills.
Maybe your character has a gold tooth. Wait, you're on the. Maybe they have body jewelry. I don't know.
Okay. Nah. I don't think you liked it.
Or not. Maybe they got nothing.
No,
Yeah, nothing.
it's not my fault. You know what? I think it's trying to be sassy. Okay, I think it's trying. It's trying to be alive. It's a corpse though. So it can't. Official secret lab. Ooh. Secret lab type Jinx gaming chair. Listen, my chair is great. Don't try and sell me some other chair in front of my other chair. Secret lab, Jesus. It's an expensive chair as well.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
talking about the ad that's on my screen.
Oh, I've got the hills of California. Not anymore. Oh, Toyota Tundra. Hills of summer.
It's going to buy some Funko Pops for some reason. I don't know.
$4.99 per month. 36 months with $3,999 due at signing.
Ah, forget it.
That is a fucking expensive chair. Is it gonna play the game for me? Jeez.
Yes.
It comes with a
And
human.
That pink is not gonna help. I ruined everything. Oh, that sounds like my biography.
What the fuck? How many shades of...
Ah, maybe you got darlings. I don't know. I hear shades.
No shade. No cap. Flippity flop.
It might be darling. Bastard.
Flippity darling.
So many different variations on a color.
I think.
Tablets
I'm
help
going
with
at it
that.
now.
It's not even fair.
I mean, it never is. You think ReviewTube was fair?
Oh, Review tube.
Is this a penance?
This is Review tube. These corpses are Review tube. Review tubers. Okay, everybody, You have to pick a channel
Oh
for
no.
each corpse. But we're just joking because we didn't cancel for YouTube.
Yeah. Part 3.
Oh! Beep, 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 beep. This is really weird with the porn music. That's the point! That's why we turn it on. Does it turn you on?
Don't worry. There's still 2/3 of the time remaining, so you only have a little bit longer to listen to this song.
No, yeah, we do turn it off when we do presentations. You know what?
Still have over half your time, so I don't know. Maybe your guy has a belt. Maybe they've got
Good
something.
idea. Oh my god. That's so serious. Alright. What else does a person have in this area?
Pen 50.
Shin guards, knee pads.
I finished minutes ago. Turn it off. Now
Well,
you're just sitting there.
One of 9 of us are done currently, but you have half your time remaining.
No. Ouchie!
I don't just
Excuse me. You know what? Yeah.
Okay, I'm about as done as I can be.
Well, that's only 6 people that are done. 3 are still working, and that's okay because they've got a quarter of their time remaining.
7.
7. We're getting there.
But don't let
Come
that
on!
work.
2 of you go. Hold it in. We've got one more iteration of feeding the ducks. And then we're done. Also, are you ready for that?
I've been done ready. Oh, that.
Well, one person is still working, and there's a few minutes left, so you know.
It's coming. It's coming. Get ready.
As Snakes points out, you can't rush hard.
Okay, it's coming. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this manual. Let's go.
Oh,
Cactus
I
man.
love the cactus person or
Yeah,
pickle
it is a
person.
cactus. At first it was pickled, and I'm like, you know what? You're a cactus instead.
oh
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a pickle
no.
person.
Charles's hat got a bit sexual.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Yeah, that works.
look
Yeah.
at
Nice.
that! It works. That's actually not even exquisite. Oh,
There you go.
we know how
I'd
she
say
Slave
died.
labor
exquisite.
vibes.
But it's not explicit.
We know how she died.
Indeed.
It's got a
And I
modesty.
say she because of
Cape.
the breastises. So hold on. I need to save this in the Gartic lore. Okay, next.
Cactus corpse.
What?
Oh.
What the hell's going on with all the green
Cool, right?
materials?
The teeth.
Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
Just some styling pants.
I love that Fox. A little thing. He's like, you know what?
I mean, he's
And he gets high and becomes a cowboy.
Is that Hypno Toad at the top?
It's very similar.
Yeah. Whoa.
Wow.
It's the Terminator.
Dead one.
It worked.
Oh, wow.
Freedom!
From my cold, dead hands.
There is a Focus the Great. Wow. Is the thing.
I really like that.
Yeah. Which reviewer is that, guys? Sorry, if we go back, which reviewer is which? Okay, who's this?
Chris Duckman.
Yeah.
It's a Stuckman to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go Stuckman with that.
Okay, Stuckman.
Guido. Hello, Guido.
I don't know. It doesn't fit.
All right.
No, yeah,
It's a certain pizzazz.
he used to wear the Guido mask from Star Wars. Then he moved to the Stormtrooper, but before he had the green, so it just reminds me of the guy that Han Solo shot. So it's simple. As that.
Who's this? He's bald. He could be Az,
Geeks and Gamers.
but he's not American. Az is not a game. Oh yeah. It's Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. Okay.
I didn't know that's what we were doing. My bad.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Why? Oh no! It works perfectly.
Wow.
It's so good.
This is perfect.
This belongs in Courage the Cowardly Dog. Wow. I mean, who is that?
That's like I could see somebody doing all of that in one take on purpose.
Yeah.
That matches so perfectly.
Wow. Nice nips, says Snakes.
Not saving that one, I see.
Okay, Charles.
Oh, is that me? Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Got my arms right.
And your legs.
You know what? I think the legs are quite accurate. You don't know what's
I'm
under
the
there.
bad guy from Monsters Inc.
We've never seen it.
One of the bad guys.
Oh, darling.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
It's one of the rat catchers.
The corpse is. Oh no.
Nice. Wished for death. Wow.
All right. Yeah.
Wow.
Even like a wrecking ball.
They were riding the earth all along.
Okay.
Each
Nice.
level that got so much deeper. Wow.
Saturn.
Whoa.
I
With
love
some
it.
Okay.
Lesions. Oh, many of them.
Yeah.
I really love it. I think it works perfectly.
It's
Yeah.
very
Somehow the middle two styles are exactly the same. Like it's great.
We're way too coherent in this one, guys.
Very, very fluid.
Ah,
Homer.
Homer's
Mummy
mama
Homer.
cry.
Homer, I hardly know her.
Oh.
More nips.
And an ash hand. Nice. And boxing trunks.
Yeah, and the heart. Heart on the belt. I don't know what. Yay! Oh no. Okay, wait. We're on the next one.
My hat.
I love
I'm
it.
immune.
Your hat is happy. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Very happy.
That is absolutely YMS, by the way, without seeing anything further.
Well, it does have your logo on the foot, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what the?
Wow. That just means that YMS is.
That is my emotion. All of that.
fan.
That is exactly how I feel. Big
That is-
derpy
that is-
smile on the outside, a haunted, horrified scream in the middle, and pants on the bottom. That's me.
That one is terrifying. Which, yeah, so I guess this one's the scariest, I think. Who was the middle guy? Dick Rowan.
I fucking
Ah,
love that.
That's so awesome, Dice.
Okay, that is the end of Gartic Phone for this evening. We have been going for 4 hours, 18 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
Overtime.
yeah, way over time. Way over time. That didn't on me. That digged on me. Anyway, a screaming emoji in all of us. There is a screaming emoji.
Yes.
I think that is our parting thought for tonight. Is there is a screaming emoji in all of us. Gray, what's happening? Tell us. What do you
Yeah. Good question. One that I feel like I should have been more prepared for, but hey, check out Charles's channel at some point for Showbiz. It's usually Mondays. I'm pretty sure we're going Monday, and we're probably talking about, the year's biggest film, I'm pretty sure. Deadpool and Wolverine. So check that out. I'm sure we've all made some box office predictions. Last time, I think I predicted that Twisters was only going to make 20 million, and it came in at 4 times that. So take everything that we say with a grain of salt. But come check it out. We'll talk about the latest stuff that's going on and the box office. Or if you're feeling like you need even more than that, every Sunday, check out Rosales' channel for the Super Sunday wrap-up. It's 7 a.m. PST or 10 a.m. EST, the start of it. Check it out, YouTube at Rosales Comics, if you will, but it's Rosales. Yeah.
And we do Gothic and all spins kinds of topics, and yeah.
You get almost everyone here over there. It's a good time. But yeah, eventually I should have some videos on my channel. I'm in the middle of like 3 of them. I need to just focus on one and get it done. But yeah, that's about all I got going on my channel. What do you have going on your channel, Mr. Foxer?
Mr.
Okay, what do you have going on?
IRL stuff, just getting in the way. Nothing.
For
Like
Earl.
there are no plans. Just I was a miracle I could make it here. So
Well, very glad that you came along.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Dorcas, what are you doing?
Well, Mistborn Abridged ends this Sunday, and we'll be following up the epilogue chapter with a live stream where Kitta and I will diagram all of the epigraphs in the first book.
So excited.
Very excited. And we will be live streaming a live reading of the 11th Metal short story on my channel as well at some point.
Hell yeah.
And then next week starts Ascension Unleashed. Ooh.
Yes. So we are doing that. But yes, the stream, if you don't usually come around to the premieres of No One Asked You, it's on Sundays after the Rosales, just right. Like we will probably leave a little bit earlier to go to Rosales. Go to the No One Asked You podcast premiere.
Rosales.
Yeah. And we will then do our stream, which I'm very excited for. So yeah. Much anticipated diagram stream. Charles, anything to add to what Gray was saying about your channel?
Keep an eye out. There might be a year in review up to this point. Probably going to wait for everybody to watch Deadpool before we do that. Might do a stream this weekend and try to plan it properly because I only have 2 hours to do things, and we introduced Gartic Phone way too late and only got like a half a round in. So
I love that Gartic has become a staple of this community.
Yes, cannot do without it.
Yes, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Gartic Phone is required for everybody. That's actually one thing we will add to ReviewTube is Gartic Phone.
It's funny that lore like transcends a universe. Like Sammy made an appearance. I was like, what the?
Oh my god! What's happening with Sammy and yours?
I don't know.
Is there stuff that I need to know about it? Actually, you know what?
I remember seeing Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy is Gothic lore galore. Get it? Okay.
Multiverse.
I'm done. I'm so done. Guys, I will get back into to diagramming some sort of drama. I was thinking of diagramming Kamala Harris's sentences. Some of those are quite interesting, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll get back onto some sensational stuff next week. I am still going to be diagramming House of the Dragon. Yeah, let's not go there for this week. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's this time for us to enjoy the song "Oh Snakes." Thank you very much for being here. You probably haven't heard our outro song because that's how long it's been, but enjoy it. If we will find it, if I can find it. Wait. Where the frick? There we go. Okay, thanks, Mom.